Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow. We'll take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination fly. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair.
Oops, still got Terence stamp up there. Rest in peace, Neil Tazad. That sucked to be doing this stream on this particular day, even though they are not the two movies that he was in. I think Terence Stamp's performance as Zod is the preeminent performance of that character. Michael Shannon created an entirely new level with it, but 8-year-old me seeing that performance would stay with me for all the way up until now. Rest in peace. 87 years old, Terence Stamp. Welcome to our AFSP on behalf of the Sci-Fi Center and American Foundation of Suicide Prevention. Welcome to this charity stream that will include two different ends of the Superman spectrum. We're going to start off with James Gunn's Superman. I've gotten plenty of questions of why are you doing that one? Why are you doing that one? Well, right now, the conversation, and when you're trying to raise money for a charity, the best thing you could do is draw attention to yourself and your charity. What's better way than to get a movie that is just hit streaming, that is near the end of its run, pretty decent run, all things considered. By 2025 standards, this was a great run. I mean, I made it's going to make $100 million than I thought it was. But like I said, we can't judge it by 2013 standards. We're not even going to do that today. We're just going to watch two Superman movies. And the link is tied to the top of the chat. Also, for those of you who have not gotten Superman on digital yet, that's what took me so long. I had to set up the Twitch stream for those of you who want to watch along. That link is in the chat. I won't pin that to the top because I want to keep the charity link up there top, but I will periodically put it out there. Anybody who asks, I will just it's a Sci-Fi Center's Twitch channel. It's so y'all, that is in the description. If you want to just go to our Twitch channel, it's playing live right there. So we won't be doing timestamps. I will not be doing it on Twitch when we do Man of Steel, because at Man of Steel's on HBO Max. Everybody who's watching should have that. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in a co-host. I'm damn near on time today. I'm in shock. That's only because I was late, but all right, that's fine. And then Patreons. I put the wrong one in the original. I put the one for the Twitch one in accident. So some of you guys, I went ahead and posted a new one. So if you're on the Patreon, go ahead and click on the new link that says Superman AFSP. That's the right link if you want to co-host with us. I'm going to go ahead and bring in one of the ones that's clicked on. How are you doing, Clint? And right now, here is where we're at. We have two different screens, but what I'm going to go and give you guys is the overall. Yeah, here we go. Here's the overall amount that we have raised right now. I'm going to periodically switch to both screens. We have two different screens right now. Total raise between all of our campaigns is $16,629 dollars, which means, and I'll put the other screen that makes it a little bit easier. 3 weeks ago, we are $3,371 away from our overall goal of $20,000 before the end of 2025. So we're going to keep that up there. But like I said, I will periodically, as donations are made, I will bring up the other screen. Because there's two different campaigns. The one we originally sent off, that was $15,000, and then we have this one that we started off. We had to create a different campaign simply so that the foundation would get that money as soon as possible. So here's the second half of the game, but the total raise is in that green area to your top. So anybody today, I mean, while I have supplies will last. Let me go ahead and bring in Taladia. So this is a global stream now. We got the UK and we got Australia in. But
Hey.
any donations have these left are of about, I'm going to say $300. No, the poster's not worth $300, but I don't have much to give away to you. And this I do. Since one of these is moving, I don't have any more Man of Steel posters. Those are gone 12 years ago. But I do have these one sheet double-sided movie posters for Superman. And I will send them to you. So there you go. Donation of $300. That's your gift. That's the only gift I have to give to you. Unless you want a Superman fan, in which case I have about 30,000 of those. You can donate anything to get that in shipping. Okay, I hear somebody in the background. Sounds like they're going through a tunnel. We are going to go ahead and get started. I got to meet whoever that is. Is that Aaron? I think it was Aaron. Okay. All right, guys. So what we're going to do is Talaya. Who is that? Hold on.
That's me.
I've been on mute the whole time.
And it's not Brad's usual static. I think it's Aaron. Aaron, I think it's you. All right. Taladia, if you could count us down, I'm going to go ahead and get the Twitch stream started for 2025 Superman. And
Okay.
you guys can comment throughout. This movie is 2 hours, 9 minutes, 21 seconds. I'm sorry, 2 hours, 9, 21 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. I hope I don't have any issues. Get my money's worth from this damn thing. All right, ready? Go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
All right. Let's rock and roll.
I do love this opening. I do love this.
Yeah, what do you think of there's an idea that's kind of floating around after this too, that every, like the DC Studios logo, like you got the Superman one there of him breaking the chains, and I think Grace Randolph is one of the people who's kind of putting out the idea that each, like for each character, like Peacemaker or Batman or whoever, that it should be like have that character. I think William I froze there.
You know, we got the deluxe countdown today instead of the 3, 2, 1. We got the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Way to go!
Guys, I'm having internet issues. There's no way out of it. I have my good internet that's having problems today, and Cox is being Cox. So if I blink in and out, The movie is still playing, so I'm just going to have to give you a timestamp to where we are at. And we got screwed up, so hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah,
it's
I'll
right
have
when,
to
right when
find
the
it.
DC Studios logo was playing.
Hold on. Beautiful.
It's because you did the deluxe countdown, Taladia.
Hold on.
Yeah, I gotta do it posh. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're going to have to start over here, so it doesn't matter. All right, hold on.
Yeah, it's working, man.
Yeah, just when I lost connection,
Because I'm
I
glad we got
lost
the
connection.
Twitch. I'm glad it's going to be on Twitch because I'll tell you right now, it's like
Yeah.
you putting it out. They put it on PVOD, and the buying price is one thing, but that 25 to rent, that's a rip off.
What's the? I rented it. So.
Yeah, it's like 30 to buy, 25. Like I mean, and even
Wait,
30 is
did
a
I
little
rent or buy?
steep for
Hold
like
on.
a buying price, but that's you could probably justify.
Yeah,
You could probably justify
I
that
rented.
the fact that it's very new release and
All right, hold on.
renting for 25 though, that is like I
Did I
was
buy?
going
Hold
into
on.
anything like I hope William is doing the Twitch thing because I'm not paying $25 to rent something.
Well, we don't want to put that out. I mean, you're watching my copy.
Even no matter how much I like, no matter how much I like it, it's like especially with that only like $5 difference, you might as well just buy it.
Yeah, I bought it. I bought it. I paid the 30. Sorry. I guess I'm the dummy. Hold on.
So while we're waiting for that, I just want to mention Fallout, the next season for Fallout. They're going to be showing some stuff at Gamescom, which is a gaming event on Tuesday.
Okay. That does well.
So, yeah. So I don't know if you're a Fallout fan.
Not so much. But I know people are big time into it, but it's never really pulled me in as much. We got a super chat from Larry. Godspeed, William, Brad, Aaron, Lottie. Okay, he just kind of threw all our names together. Actually, while we're waiting, I thought one thing I'll throw out there. So, Aaron, can you share with us your how highly you think of Denny O'Neil's Wonder Woman?
Let's try to stay on topic since this is a charity stream. It's going to take everything I have to do to into a circus.
It goes without saying. Aaron, not a fan. Bradrin, is that you're combining my name and Aaron's? Bradrin.
All right, here we go.
We haven't looked into it yet, but it might. We were born a year apart. We might still be fraternal twins. So that's
all right. I'm hitting play. We're at the Superman logo where he's breaking through the chains. There you go.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, play.
Okay, well, on that note, William, because I was at before we had the little hiccup there, because there's the bit of a idea floating around that I've seen some people suggest that the DC Studios logo they should tailor it basically to whichever character the movie or the show is focusing on. So like with Peacemaker, it should be Peacemaker. For like when Lanterns comes up, it should be the Green Lanterns, Supergirl, etc. Like, you got any thoughts on that idea?
I love it. I think that's what they should do. That would make it unique amongst comic book movies and unique amongst DC movies. This is pissing me off. Yeah, I do. I do love the way. I do. I like that. That's kind of cool. I'm all for anything that makes this new run different than any other run. Okay, let's hope the internet holds steady. I'll be right back.
Years ago, 3 decades ago, that was a lot of people liking this to Star Wars when it dropped. Yeah, I thought it was kind of a cool way.
Where's the ship coming out of the corner over a planet?
Where's the what?
If they're saying it's like Star Wars, then a ship would be coming out of the upper right corner down towards.
Well, it's like Star Wars because of the text crawl. And by the way, it's like I called this. I said when this clip first came out, I said, "Yeah, this is totally the beginning of the movie."
Yeah, you did.
I don't know why do people doubt me?
Oh my god.
When you said that, I went, okay, whatever, moved on. Because I knew you had as much an idea as the rest of us.
No, man, I'm pretty good about like breaking down like trailers and
You're
clips.
pretty good at revealing spoilers too.
I didn't spoil anything. I said this is how I think the movie starts. How the movie starts? Spoiler.
I'm just saying you're good at spoilers. I didn't say that was a spoiler.
Well, I can't. I'm not going to drive all the way back up to Oregon.
Oh, watch out! There's graboids or tremors. They're up at the North Pole now. Look at how.
And I was like, well,
look at that just tornado of snow.
there was a couple of
Crypto's acting just like a dog.
I don't know. So, see, crypto is something that, and again, I'm a dog person, but crypto is actually something I didn't really latch onto as much because just so much of like crypto is just like being hyperactive and yeah. I think they kind of went overboard with like crypto is like you being a little too chipper maybe.
He needs good training. That's why.
Yeah. Exactly.
Generally, with something like in real life with a dog like that, you normally take him to the vet and get like give them like medication and stuff because there could be something wrong with them.
Well, like Murphy is like he's pretty. I mean, I open the door, he's jumping up into my arms, so it's not like I'm not used to seeing dogs, being excited and hyper and like that. But again, he just went a little bit overboard with like crypto. It's like Superman's in pain here. It's like your response is, "Oh, jump up and like play fetch."
Well, when has a dog ever cared about whether or not you're in pain?
Have you ever? You're not familiar with the dude Lassie
All the time.
Exactly.
Because it's,
Beethoven, come on.
Throughout evolution, there's always been a connection between like humans and dogs.
I'm not saying they do it on purpose. I'm just saying they do it.
Who's the guy who I know some of the voices who voiced the robots.
I think you're conflating dogs with cats.
Yeah, cats are totally indifferent. And again, I need to look up like who's the voice of the robots. Like the guy who voices Robot 4, that sounds almost like Alfred to me. That voice could be Alfred. Let's see. Oh, that was Alan Tudyk. It was Alan Tudyk voicing 4, and Michael Rooker voiced 1, and then Pom Klementieff voiced 5.
For being an alien, he sure does have a lot of human organs.
He's humanoid, so. They're a lot like us.
Like you watch Star Trek. A lot of the aliens of Star Trek have the same type of organs as humans.
Yeah, they're
They
human.
actually made
That's
an
why
episode.
Spock.
They actually made an episode to explain why all the aliens look like humanoids.
So what does everybody think, by the way, my assessment where I said that Corn Sweat, like personality-wise, he kind of, and I'm not necessarily like being disparaging when I say this, but it's like personality-wise, his Superman kind of plays to me almost like Dewey with a cape, like Dewey from Scream with a cape.
I think it's interesting of how behavior-wise Crypto is.
Oh, nipping at his boots and.
Fluff, I know you won't watch it.
We got fourth arguing with fourth here. It's like, I'll never see it. More Superman for me. It's like, okay, fourth arguing with fourth.
What is this? Goes for about 2 hours.
Yeah, the movie's actually a little bit shorter than I was expecting it to be. It's about, I mean, it's about like 131 minutes. So that's, again, fairly standard for like, CBM run times today. Yeah, Hammer, Baravia, here. This suit is like, I kept thinking like this is like Juggernaut. I saw the clips of those. This is Juggernaut.
They really made Lex Luthor into like some sort of tech bro.
Yeah. Kind of like the last Lex, the one precede him. Yeah. By the way, it's like I didn't realize this like halfway in the movie the first time I saw it, but the guy, well, he's voicing Hammer Baravia, but he's like the president of Baravia. And it's the first time I'd seen him in anything in like 10 years. And it was, oh yeah, that's the guy who was like that Russian billionaire dude in 2012.
It's like it was like depicting like Russia or something. The Baravia.
Yeah,
place.
yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, I had a whole feature I wrote about this dude who comes to help Superman. I said he's kind of like the real sort of unsung hero of the movie. Because when they go into the Pocket Universe later on, he kind of plays a big role in that. So I'll pull that up when we get there. Yeah, Ford says, Brad, I'm not the fly. Okay, I'll take you at your word, but except I probably won't. Yeah, see, and Aaron, it's funny you should mention the Baravia is kind of like similar to Russia, because when they actually show the president Baravia, it's like the first thing my mind just immediately went to, oh yeah, this dude is like Boris Yeltsin. This dude is totally Boris Yeltsin.
Oh my god, that is a blast from the past.
Yeah.
Blast from the past. The only thing that was missing is having a drink in his hand.
Exactly. I mean, you listen to some speech, he does maybe sound a little bit, he's like, maybe he is a little bit drunk, so there's that.
Well, what you're talking about is not what people are complaining about this movie.
Why was he complaining about anything? It was this dude, the president of Moravia. I felt like he was like an analog for Boris Yeltsin. Could be wrong, but it's just like
That was the wrong that was the wrong analysis, as you would say.
Okay, and here's the Pocket Universe portal.
No, it's just like it's more Israeli Gaza.
Well, Guns, I think he's kind of denied that, and he's also denied. I think that it's
I believe I agree fully that this is just a Superman movie.
Yeah.
But what people are saying, because they're
I see people read into that. I see also people kind of read in the idea that's also maybe like Russia and Ukraine, but I don't think he was like trying to play off like any like.
But don't forget that.
I fully agree with you, Brad.
Yeah, but the thing is, don't forget, like he's John's a child of the '80s, right? What happened in the '80s? You had the Russians in Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's a Gen Xer, so he's gonna go back to all the stuff that happened in his generation, not current day.
Yeah, I never thought of that. That may have been when he was sort of the basis for it. Might have been like Russia and Afghanistan. That's an interesting point. I never thought of it that way.
Well, I don't think it's like that, because the Afghanistanis had Stinger missiles supplied by us. It's more Israeli Gaza, but I think it's just a Superman movie. That's all it is. It's nothing more.
Oh, okay. Here's the Kents didn't really work that as much for me in this, because they're because Phil, I was joking around with Phil last time he was on. So yeah, for me they kind of turned him into the Beverly Hillbillies.
The Kents are based on real people. They're a guy on Howard Stern's radio show. They always leave message for him. They sound exactly like this.
Why? Really? Because I've never really listened to a lot of Howard Stern. So, but has Gunn said that he based them off of like Howard Stern?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that.
It's not off Howard Stern. It's Christie. That's it. That's his name. He's one of the characters on the Howard Stern show. And they're two hillbillies from Kansas who eat roadkill and leave their son messages of, "Hey, how you doing, bub?"
The link for the I am right here. The link for the charity is there. We are still stuck at where we opened at. It would be nice to move a little bit, at least something before we end this 4 hours plus.
We got 2 Superman movies to do it with. Yeah, see, look at this dude.
That's Boris Yeltsin. That I can't unsee it now. I can't unsee it.
I'm gonna pull his picture up real quick from Wikipedia. Look.
Yeah, you should.
I'm pulling this up right now. Yeah, kids. For those of you who didn't grow up.
What are you pulling up? Is it something to do with the movie?
Well, I'm pulling up this this is Boris Yeltsin.
Yeah.
and look back if you're watching the movie right now. Look at the president of Moravia. It's like I think you can see some similarities.
No, that's Johnson. No, that's Boris Johnson.
Oh man, I got the wrong one.
The British Prime Minister.
Well, he still look fair.
Yeah,
they do look a bit alike. Yeah. What? There we go. Okay.
Braded himself.
I didn't spoil anything.
No, I bratted Brad because I want to try to keep that charity up there so people know where we're at.
Yeah, see Boris Yeltsin, right? Although he does, you have a Boris Johnson look to him too with the hair. So yeah, this is the president of Russia.
As a matter of fact, Boris Johnson is actually part Russian.
Oh, okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, for our younger viewers, yeah, Boris Yeltsin, that was the president of Russia where we've had like 30 years of Putin. And I think, he might have been the analog that Gunn was going for with President of Moravia. Yeah, do you see any Gorbachev in this guy too? I don't know.
Not really.
No, there's no ink spot on his head.
Oh,
that's a little below the belt, man.
What? He had an ink spot on his head. I'm sure he was aware of it.
Yeah, Frank Grillo here is see, and yeah, this is another thing. It's like I don't know. It's like I think you could have pretty easily. Yeah, he didn't really. You could have. I think you could have taken. There are a couple characters. I think you like him and Cat Grant. I don't even know what Cat Grant's doing in the movie. So like her and Perry and Rick Flag and yeah, you probably really take them out and not really affect it too much. And that's like I like Frank Grillo a lot.
that's him
Oh,
with
let me pull Aaron up real quick here.
What are you showing there, Aaron?
It's her there. It's Yeltsin with Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Now remember,
Supposedly he was drunk that day, but he was
Yeah.
making all those like stuff.
Boris, I did
and
not.
Bill Clinton knew, and was playing it off.
Now, Boris, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky.
So yeah, that's
We're treading dangerously into politics.
Yeah.
It's something that was funny that happened.
Okay, guys. I'm the dumbest guy on the screen, and even I can stay on topic. Is it that hard?
I just said that the president
Is it that hard?
was an analog for Boris Yeltsin.
And all of a sudden, I hear Bill Clinton references that I don't really need to have on a charity stream right now.
Come on, let's be honest. Bill Clinton was the GOAT.
Too bad Leslie Nielsen died before he got to play him. And we're coming up in a second here on the scene that like set the whole world on fire when like the whole like mock interview, like, oh, Miss Lane, the people were going to die. So I
Set
know
the internet on fire. The other 98% of us were okay.
I don't know. When I saw it in context, I thought, yeah, you did kind of go off on her unnecessarily there, Clark.
How many people think that watching this movie would get that Cronkite reference, William?
Yeah, I did.
She's not a reporter. She's a prosecuting attorney.
Yeah, I kind of get the impression from this scene that this is the first time Corin Sweat's Superman has been interviewed. Anthony says, Brad, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm defending Superman, but I feel this movie was more about setting up the lay of the land in the universe and reintroducing the character to the general audience. I don't know. I kind of feel like Peacemaker's doing that more. Because the way I kind of put it is that this primarily functions as a Superman movie, and Peacemaker season 2 kind of sets the nuts and bolts of the whole enterprise.
You don't use a TV show. You don't use a TV show to set the lay of the land. You use a movie to set the lay of the land. You can use a TV show to support the cinema, but most people who go see the movies are not going to watch the shows in any universe. You see the ratings dip when it comes to per unit goes to the movies. So no, you wouldn't be using a TV show to set the stage. You'd be using it to support the stage. Not yet, Larry. We're still dry. I'm going to use my other system. We're good.
I've got an old-fashioned physical copy of Man of Steel ready to go.
Awesome.
Okay. All right.
Radical. Yeah, mine's over there on the shelf. Larry. We might have just gotten a donation. Larry says refresh.
Okay. Give me a second. That hasn't updated on my screen yet.
Oh. You just donate, Larry? Or did you see a donation? Oh, Cloned Avenger says, I guess my donation didn't go through. It was showing hit my PayPal, but I don't know as much. Yeah. Yeah, it might take a minute. There might be like a little bit of a lag in
Give
it.
it a couple of minutes. It'll. I'm still at the. Yeah. Nothing's working today.
All right, back, guys.
Now you got everything I use is updating in the middle of when I needed it to update. Like I was online doing a show, or trying to start the show, and this Windows decided it wanted to do a massive update right in the middle of
Anytime I will, oh, hey, you got to. Oh, great. Okay.
All right, let me see if our donation it came through. Still at where we were at, guys. I don't think I see it. Oh, did it go? Hold on. I'm gonna have to look. Something's wrong with the charity program. I'm gonna have to look because it looks like one number is different than the other. All right. 33. It looks like Brad's pants are awesome. Dropped 100, but it's not showing up on the total. Is it on the 3001? Let's see. Okay, it hasn't adjusted the total, but I guess we are $100 closer. Let me make sure I can. I'm gonna have to recalibrate this. How am I making you late?
You're good. Yeah, they don't land until 6:05, so I got a couple.
You might want to close it off and then go back into it.
Yeah, that's what I'm probably gonna end up doing. So we're gonna do that. There. All right, yeah, it's showing me on the list of live donations, but it did not change the total, so ignore the total. So we are $100 closer than we were. I don't know why. There we go. All right, Henrid Cab Sweat. 50 bucks. Thank you for. Okay, so yeah, it's not a. All right, so we were 50 bucks further than we were. Thank you. If I can get this back up here. DC Multiverse. Thank you. So let's see. Thank you, Clone Avenger. I guess that was you. I'm gonna match that up. And so I don't know why it's taking forever. And there we go. Okay, let's see. All right. Her screech. That's one thing I could, if I could eliminate from the movie entirely. That the hot girl screech was annoying. Need a receipt? All right. All right. You are all back. All right, cool, man. All right, man. Nice meeting you. I only knew another 16 years. You know what? I would occasionally see over the Home Depot. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll probably have to there until right. Yeah, I'll have 20. Weed and then COVID fucked me up. COVID traumatized me.
That was pretty. This is a pretty cool shot here. I thought when he
Yeah,
saved
COVID made me want to keep any safety net I could.
mute William real quick.
I saw all my little things, but we go out of it.
That was pretty. I always thought that shot where he saves the kid with all the debris like flying past them. I thought that was pretty cool the way that was done.
The eyeball thing is really disgusting.
Well, and remember it's kind of a little bit maybe of a callback to the Suicide Squad. Remember the Starro's eyeball?
Yeah.
When Harley jumps in his eyeball with the spear. Yeah, Mr. Terrific. Mr. Terrific. He's Mr. Terrific is he's the breakout character of this for me.
Yeah, definitely.
I came out of this movie saying if there is one character in this where I could say, yeah, one supporting character, I'd say, yeah, give that guy a spinoff. It's Mr. Terrific, and he's getting it. So.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty.
By the way, William, Larry says there's also a $50 donation from somebody named Henrid. So, William, yeah, we might have just got another donation.
Okay, let me refresh it. See you later, man. You too. All right, thanks.
I'm curious, what's everybody's thoughts on like Green Lantern's, Guy Gardner's suit here? Because I don't know, it's mostly white with black trim and green. I don't know, it kind of makes him look almost like this is something. His suit's like something you wear in like a Mentos or like Fresh Mint commercial. It's kind of what it's played like to me. And I know it's kind of a corporate thing for like Lord Tech, but still, it's like I don't know. Kind of felt like a little bit of an interesting choice to me, like combining like the white and black and green elements.
It has not updated for me yet.
Okay.
What's going on with this thing today?
Yeah. Anthony asking bring up less comments.
It used to be like right away. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, that might be it right there. Henrid Core. Oh, okay. Somebody's having some fun there.
Oh no, we got that one already.
Okay.
No, I got that one.
Okay, then the comment might have been a little bit late in the chat here.
Kind of takes the excitement out of it. Damn it.
Let's see, Brad. William, I hope this doesn't sound like I'm defending Superman, but it feels like this movie was more designed to set up the universe. Oh, wait, I already brought that up earlier. We were talking about comparing that to Peacemaker, so.
Nah, like I said before, you're probably, most people who watch the movies, only a percentage of them are going to watch these shows. Especially if you know how vulgar Peacemaker is, you're not going to be using, you're probably going to use that as a support mechanism, but not a lead-in. Because Peacemaker is pretty vulgar. I think we forget about how vulgar that show is.
Well, yeah, but he also, Gunn also, the entire franchise technically started with Creature Commandos.
It did, but it didn't. It did not. It really didn't. It started with Superman. Just because something is in chronological order, it's going to be what's mostly watched. And out of all the things he's done with this, the most watched one is going to be Superman. So that's where you're building from. You have the option to watch these other things, but if you don't watch Creature Commandos, and I'm pretty sure, even though it'll be significant for us nerds, you probably could get away with watching Peacemaker and still watch just the cinematic stuff because you got families going to Superman. Hey, maybe your family's sitting watching Peacemaker. I don't know. If it was my family, you wouldn't.
I've seen people like. I've been in like Final Destination and like Deadpool movies and like
seeing
parents bringing like 5-year-olds into that.
All right, it has updated.
Oh,
we are now at 12:04 for this particular campaign. Where are we at for the
Samir? That's from Samir there.
Samir, $25. Long live the DCU. Thank you, Samir.
Droga. Cavill's in the thumbnail because we were watching Man of Steel after Superman. So we're watching Superman and then Man of Steel. So we got 2 movies, and that's why Cavill's in the thumbnail because we got his movie next.
Yeah, we're having a double feature.
Yep. By the way, we're at the part now with the whole message from the parents about you were sent to conquer. There's now that it's out on digital, some people have been kind of like zeroing in on some of like the news broadcasts around it, like and I'll get a little bit more of that when we get to the end of the movie. But there's now
that's Chance from today.
Is what? Is what from today?
Is Brad's pants donation from today?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, it's not.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, there's some speculation.
This thing's not updating.
There's some speculation now that it's out on digital that Lex may have doctored some of that message. Like he might have like gone out of his, he might have made it seem more sinister than it really was intended to be.
this character was one of the more cheesier
Boris Yeltsin?
elements.
Boris Yeltsin was.
Whatever the fuck.
Well, I mean, he's got Doc Brown hair.
If you're going to be historically accurate, it's Slobodan Milosevic more than anybody else, but most people are not going to know who that is.
Like, look at the military uniform. It's Russian military uniform.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, look very, very Soviet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the uniforms. Yeah, it might. Again, Gunn has denied he's based this on any like particular military conflict, but yeah, the aesthetics do seem more Russia-Ukraine than or Russia-Afghanistan than do Israel-Palestine. Oh, and then the painting of him right there, that's totally like that's like right out of like that's like a total Stalin throwback.
Yeah, there's no. I don't see any Middle East references here other than war, but just being generic.
Ultraman, they're just standing and handing him a donut. Cloned Avenger asked, "Do you think they should have made Lanterns PG-13?" Or, well, that's a series, so it's not going to get the same kind of rating. I mean, I would think it'd be the equivalent to PG-13. That's what I'm expecting it to be. I never viewed it.
If it's on HBO Max, that's a no.
Hmm.
Yeah, they don't do PG-13 on.
I mean,
on
that
Max.
Guy Gardner's supposed to be on there, but I mean, I don't think. It's
yeah, he's a cameo. He's a cameo. I think if you're putting it on HBO Max,
but it's not going to be like
you're
level.
No, but it's not going to be PG-13 either.
I wish someone would bring me a donut.
Well, I mean, I can't give you a donut through the internet, unfortunately. So, kind of stuck.
I'm trying to find Lloyd.
Oh, he told me where he was at when I was in San Diego. I think he's in the prison. I think he's in that prison. I gotta email him anyway. You gotta set up Toxic Avenger.
Oh, you know what? You should try to bring him on. You say we got one of the stars of the movies.
HBO Max is generally going to be TVMA,
I've got my
which means it's going to be its own rating and its own content.
One thing this movie nailed right on the square head is the monkeys shit posting on the internet.
And this is, of course, the scene that the first costume reveal came from.
And he had all the memes that came with it.
The monkeys or the costume?
I remember
no, he's talking about when he put on his shoes.
Yeah, the costume.
Yeah. God, what are they? They had.
And there was one. And there was that one meme that we both of us thought was funny, and then we thought, oh shit, no, it's not funny.
What was that one?
Really important, put us in our place.
Which one was that?
The monkey thing, the more I look at the monkey thing, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
It's reaching out to people who, nobody in my audience really got that, and the rest that did get it didn't care.
Well, and the
It was
irony is the people spamming that are kind of like embodying that now.
yeah. He basically created his own meme from something that really. I know what he was trying to do, but it's too inside baseball. You know what I mean? People got to realize the internet is not the world.
Yeah, but Aaron, William, refresh my memory. What was the one meme of him putting his boots on that?
Oh,
that-
it was the 9/11 one.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
that one. That one. I don't.
Yeah.
I got off my line as soon as I
Yeah.
saw it.
yeah, that was a that.
I'm
Yeah,
not a
it was
big fan of jokes about
um,
9/11.
Yeah, that was a little.
Yeah,
That was a little
that
bit
was
cross-line.
William like put everybody in their place.
Yeah, well, yeah. It was distasteful, and it was just you know. I'm pretty sure there's a YouTube platform that thought that was funny. I just wasn't the one.
And if for once it wasn't me who brought up the inappropriateness.
Samir, I study both of these. If you look at what's gone on in Eastern Europe, even since the fall of the Soviet Empire, with Serbia, Herzegovina, Bosnia, it's more aligned with those things and what's going on with Russia and Ukraine than what. And I think he did that purposely. I don't see a Middle East reference here, but you know what? I guess it all depends on what angle you're looking at. It's a little bit of
As I said,
both.
James Gunn is
More
a
All-Star Superman than Superman for all seasons.
It was that Aaron?
and as I said to Brad, James Gunn is a Gen Xer. He's a child of the '80s, so that's more into his mind.
Yeah, yeah.
William's a Gen Xer.
You know, we're millennials. We're millennials.
Yep, probably.
Yeah.
We were allowed to go outside until the street lights turned on.
All right, we get another one? I know, it's the one we did. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Ultraman. Yeah, I ever see this? Like, man, Ultraman's like, you're lucky you're handcuffing Superman. You could like slam his face in a concrete, and you know that'll happen.
Me and William lived when there was no internet. You couldn't Google anything.
Oh, by the way, William, you'll probably appreciate this. That shot where Ultraman's cuffed Superman, and they're walking across the street, and the street sign right behind them says Wade Street. So I think it's pretty likely. Yeah, it's a little bit of a shout out to
I
Mark
can't
Wade.
hear you, dude.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you. Your volume dropped right as you started speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah. So when that shot where
Yeah.
Ultraman's got Superman cuffed and they're walking across the street, and right behind him you can see the one street sign that says Wade Street. I think we probably infer that's a little bit of like a shout out to Mark Wade.
Mhm.
Oh, Lex, you know this plastic prison of theirs won't hold me forever. So anyway, yeah. So we're here at this is now we're the part of the Pocket Universe, and like the way Lex explains it, he says he replicated the Big Bang, and he's opened a hole in reality, and he's got multiple portals. And the latest trailer, Peacemaker, shows shows some of those portals, and from the early reactions I've seen to Peacemaker season 2, they say that really that it really picks up the ball and runs with it pretty heavily. So I don't know. It's like how, other than Peacemaker, how heavily do you expect like the Pocket Universe or the dimensional gateways to be utilized? Post Peacemaker, post Superman. You have any thoughts on that, William?
Any way he wants.
No, but
Any
like,
way
I'm
he
talking,
wants.
but
Any
I'm
way
talking
he
about,
wants to.
I'm
Or
not just
any,
talking,
not just him. Not just him.
well, I'm not just talking about
Go ahead.
I'm not just talking about like how they use it, but like also the frequency, and not just also that, but I mean like within like the franchise, like not to like do Elseworlds, but also just like what role like within this franchise do you think that'll play? Like is it going to be
Well,
something?
the answer would still be the same because it's any way he wants to use it and with any frequency that he deems it. What he's basically done is he's built an infrastructure that allows him a way out of something that might overlap in a way that he doesn't want to, or somebody wants to come in and do something like I've always said. Somebody wants to come in and do something that has nothing to do with the DCU. So it's all going to depend on what he's doing and what someone else is doing that's under him or coming in adjacent to him. It's really hard to say, but it just leaves that open door.
Well,
He,
yeah, but
he basically built himself a way out.
and that's the thing. Other than like the possibility of Elseworlds is the like in the next movie that he's writing now is this going to be like Lex going to like take that device and like this is how like this is plot number 2 for him, like okay, I've got the Pocket Universe, it didn't work the first time I used it, so let me try to re-engineer that and to defeat Superman again. Like would you expect like
Now, I suspect that Lex is done with this at this point, and that other factors are going to exploit this. I don't think we'll see Lex do it again.
Okay, yeah, hear the monkeys. I'm telling you,
So stupid.
this is the origin of Gleek. This has got to be the origin of Gleek.
I mean, he's basically calling out internet marks for being stupid, but I didn't need him to
See, that's the thing.
that.
Like you said, it's kind of become a self-fulfilling prophecy with like the people who have taken that and spammed it 80 times a day now.
Well, dumbasses are usually are self-fulfilling prophecies because they can be led to wherever you want them to be. Follow the laser.
I thought that was a little bit goofier when I first saw the movie, and then I saw that happen. Like, okay, it's like he kind of predicted like one aspect of the reaction to the movie. Like, okay, I kind of warmed up a bit to it now.
It wasn't a bad joke, but it was like, I mean, who? No, I was in a theater full of people who just didn't get that joke.
What did they laugh? Or
Two times.
Was there like a laughter to that at all?
They were laughing at the monkeys in general, but they didn't get what it was supposed to mean.
Reminds me.
Go ahead, go Clint.
Reminds me of a joke that I've modified so that I can tell it on William's channel.
Well,
how is arguing on the internet like the Special Olympics? Even if you win, you're still mentally challenged.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, now it's not like something like
I
the monkeys.
didn't modify that one enough. But
not something like the monkeys on social media. I mean, it's not like people like are gonna. I don't know. You're talking about it's like they didn't know what it was referencing. Well, I mean, but you can't really quantify that in the theater. It's not like everybody like just points their fingers up the screen and says, "Oh, I know that means this." So
yeah, but when you're playing to the general audience, you got to assume that they are the massive percentage that doesn't get inside of this stuff. I mean, you're making fun of the internet when you're showing a movie to a general audience. So you're throwing a fastball to somebody batting that is not even on that. You know what I mean?
I think the monkeys are smarter than most people on the internet.
It could be a composite, but once again, nobody knows who the White Martian is. So it really didn't matter. Nobody knows who the White Martian is. That's going to see that movie. So he could have. When you have characters like that where nobody knows who they are, you can kind of draw from them and make composites of them, and then that becomes the de facto character. Like, say for instance, Larry, if that was a White Martian, then the 90% of the population that will have ever seen him for the first time will see him through this movie. Because he's not a real character that's like, top of mind for anybody, let alone, us non-geeks.
Yeah, I heard White Martian. I'm like, who the hell is that?
For those of you who know, that's same Martian Manhunter, part of Martian Manhunter lore.
Wow, the helicopter's flying low.
Yeah, but by the way, this also I thought was a pretty interesting touch with Metamorpho when he turns his hand to the kryptonite, and this actually is a little bit. This is seen in Absolute DC where he turns his hand and into the kryptonite and puts it up close to Superman, and I thought this is cool that it's like it burns his skin, or so you actually see like it's not just him writhing in pain. You actually see like a visible kind of external like biological reaction to it, which I don't think we've really seen cinematically before. So that was kind of a cool touch. Why does the Hall of Justice look like it's like a Starbucks across like a train station? There's like 3 members of it too, so they got way more space than they need.
Is that the Hall of Justice, or
Well,
I don't understand?
Well,
They took it. They took it from Super Friends. What's about that look of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they on the Arrowverse they actually used the external.
Metamorpho is where I most know him as, Samir.
By the way, that's we kind of kept it cryptic when we were talking about Absolute DC last night, but that's one thing in Absolute Green Lantern. Guy Gardner does not have his usual goofy haircut.
So how did Mr. Terrific put things in Superman's blood?
Nanobots. That's
Yeah,
a couple of different.
Yeah,
ways.
but he's invincible.
Probably put it in something he drank or ingested.
Or he could have had like a little like mist of them, have him walk through it, and he inhales them maybe. By the way, if they're not called the Justice Gang, why do they have the JG on their chests? Because it seems like they keep saying no, that's not our name, but they have it's on the chest, the J and the G.
James Gunn.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen people speculate that, and I thought, no, I don't know. I think that seems a little too on the nose. But you think that was intentional? It's intentional that it's in the movie, but that's what it's meant to mean.
When I look at that symbol, I didn't see JG. Everybody else did. I'm like, all right, it's fine.
Yeah, out of the 3 of them, I would say Mr. Terrific. Well, Hawkgirl is too. I was gonna say his
Hawkgirl's annoying.
Well, in terms of like their costume design, his is probably the most directly comic book accurate.
Well, because his jacket is.
Yeah.
The jacket is perfect.
Well, it's not that hard too. I mean, he's got a T paint across his face, so it's not that hard.
And fair play on his sleeve, which is the same as any of his jackets are. By the way, not a term he came up with. He's not even the first Mr. Terrific.
got
We're
Batman.
going to go into that next week, by the way. The history of Mr. Terrific. It's kind of an interesting history. It spans far beyond this particular character.
Samir, we are at where are we at right now, William? We're right when they're
We're in the ship. We're in Mr. Terrific ship.
yeah. What's the timestamp of that?
We are at 103:20. 103:20. I got to use the restroom. Try to stay on topic. Oh, it's hard.
Okay.
Try, guys.
Okay. So anyway, the Furious is coming out of Hong Kong. It's a Hong Kong martial arts action on something. Aaron and Brad can't wait for it. God, that kryptonite really. Look at what that's done to him. Looks like a wrinkly. He looks like a wrinkly thumb that just came out of the water. Yeah, I agree. It's like I said, out of all these supporting characters in this movie, and that's pretty consistent across the board. I've seen with like a lot of the reactions, and pretty much everybody's seen it seems to really really love Mr. Terrific. And he was the one I said. Clint's going, I pay the fool. But yeah, pretty much everybody really liked them, myself included, and a lot of people were saying, yeah, he's the one we'd want to see a spinoff with, and they greenlit a spinoff with him. Yeah, so this is the let me pull this up real quick because I wrote a little bit about this dude recently on a comic book. Who, by the way, just got killed, unfortunately. I should have started this earlier. Yeah, so Malik Ali, we just was killed in the game of Russian roulette. I wrote about him on comic book, where I said he's kind of the unsung hero of the movie because he forms his friendship with Superman. Mind you coming up? Was it going to come up or what? Okay, can I bring? Damn it! Hold on a second, guys. Let me try that again. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, he's the character who kind of forms a friendship with Superman and even gets honored in the Daily Planet at the end of the movie for his sacrifice. So kind of wrote about, he's sort of the hero with no powers in the movie. So I'll go ahead and put the chat for you guys. Want to read it? You definitely should because I wrote it. That makes it awesome. Lexus Raptors, their suits kind of give me a bit of a Halo vibe too. Yeah. Oh God, William stepped away just the perfect time because this is like all the dialogue. I was gonna ask about like. Yeah, I was going to ask about Mr. Terrific's dialogue here about like if you're just off by this much, creating pocket universe, you're gonna rip open a hole in space time continuum, and it's like, yeah, that kind of dialogue, and then what's already been teased and pieced together. Yeah, this is definitely meant to be like a pretty significant element. It's not like a one and done in this movie. Your favorite, because I really dug the Ultraman fight at the end. That was probably my favorite. Really was the finale with with the battle with Ultraman. My favorite part of it. I really had really enjoyed that. I just realized too, David Cornsweat, with the when he's what's happening to him right there with the kryptonite, he probably had to come in like at least one day. He had to come in like get like all kind like 4 hours of makeup to make his face look all wrinkly and burned like that. Must have sucked.
Or they just used CGI and got it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is kind of more. And I've been kind of wondering too, like, is with the mocap they do now, when they put the dots on your face and you just like play around with it. It's like I'm kind of wondering, is that going to phase out like all the like Planet of the Apes style makeup jobs that actors sometimes have to go through? And we see Mr. Terrific, and he's getting a spinoff too, so you're definitely gonna see him again. Definitely gonna see him.
Cool.
There's a behind the scenes picture. Oh, so he did have to do like a big makeup process for the scenes where he's getting tortured by the kryptonite. You want to cosplay? You're definitely gonna see a lot of Mr. Terrific this Halloween. I guarantee. You're definitely going to see more Mr. Terrific, and I think we might have just got another donation. But William's got that kind of control of that right now, so I can't really we have to wait until he comes back. But I think we just got another donation. Yep, Larry says donation alert. Let me pull this up real quick. So Dave and Ree Carn okay. $50 donation. DCU multiverse, please. I agree. Thank you for the donation, sir. That gives us 125 for the night so far. So just a reminder, everybody, this is an AFSP charity stream. We are doing watch parties of both Superman and Man of Steel tonight. We are trying to get to our final goal for AFSP work that we've done through a lot of our charity streams. So if you can, please consider a donation. The link right here. It's in the chat. If you can't, otherwise, please just sharing it around social media, also spreading the word about it. Big help too. I dug this shot a lot too, where he's healed by the sunlight and then punches through the glass. That's a pretty triumphant moment. I was like that when Superman is like on the ropes and he gets healed by the sun. It's like, okay, it's like Popeye eating spinach. Like, I'm back. He starts kicking ass. I love that. Aaron, look at this. Stroga just for no reason just said the raid. We definitely agree, don't we?
Yeah.
You know what else, Stroga? You know else you could type that just randomly like that it'd be life after fighting. And with it coming up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, William, we just got another donation. So we just got another donation from
Gemini Cornwell
Yeah.
for $50. Thank you. Where are we at now?
We're that gave us for the night about 125. Yeah, we've gotten donations. Let me pull a couple more. We've gotten donations from Henrid, Cav Sweat, and Dave and Ree Cornville tonight.
Yep, Cap Sweat, Samir, and Darren. Thank you. That brings us to this campaign total of $12.54. The overall total is
And William, you stepped away when they walked in the Pocket universe because I was going to kind of you mentioned that a little bit again, like what? Oh, is it got total there?
we're at 16,754. So we've made some progress. What were you saying, Brad?
Yeah, well, you stepped away when Mr. Terrific and Lois when they go through the portal in the Pocket universe. And I brought up like the way he describes it, where he said like, "Oh, the idiot Luther." It's like if you're off by even like this much, you'll rip a hole.
Yeah. When Mr. Terrific was just that's the kind of reckless technology like Luther's known for. Yeah.
Well, because that kind of lines up with like what we were you predicted like he would get like Kryptonian tech, and it would like go awry, which that didn't. This is like man-made tech, but it's still it kind of fits into like what we were saying. It's like he's playing with science that he doesn't understand, and that's what causes the disaster that unfolds in the third act of the movie. But the way Terrific describes it, where it's like if you're off by this much, you're gonna like tear open the space-time continuum, and between that Peacemaker, that tells me the Pocket universe side of it is meant to be more than like a one-off.
Where are we at in this movie?
We are at right when they're right when
they're black hole.
Yeah, when they're putting when you it's.
I can't hear you, Brad, over the movie.
Can you hear me now?
Because I don't have my headset on. I don't know why, by the way.
That's weird.
But I think if I lower it, then it lowers it for you guys watching on Twitch.
By the way, Mr. Terrific, I just realized, Metamorpho, with this scene right here, we had two CBMs come out in 2 weeks of each other that have dudes with stretchy limbs.
There you go.
No, really, it's like you had that and you had Fantastic Four. So.
The way he says that.
Yeah, I love Mr. Terrific. What else we got in the chat here? Droga says, I started resuming my binge watch of Legend of Korra the other day. All right, let me know, man. Love the show. Why is that even? Yeah, that is kind of interesting because he's called Ultraman, but he functions more like Bizarro in the movie. So I know. You got any thoughts on that, William?
Not really. If you understand Bizarro, he does not. He's not even fucking close. But I don't know where this comes from.
Oh, but I mean, Bizarro, he's one of the Superman villain who's kind of been like he's been the most malleable like out of a lot of them because sometimes he's portrayed.
Yeah, because fucking stupidity. That's why.
Sometimes he's a clone. Sometimes he's a multiverse doppelganger. Sometimes he's some combination.
Because everybody who uses him for this general bullshit just says, "Oh, he's like Superman. Let's do Bizarro."
I was watching on one of those internet shows that go into Easter eggs about Superman, and they said one of the speculations is the sparks from the the Proton River are cubed, and the Earth is cubed for Bizarro. That's where they're getting it. I don't know. I have no clue.
That's where that kind of stuff fosters, though, on the internet.
Well, I've seen other people like kind of speculate that when he gets. Well, can I talk about that?
Speculating where?
Yeah, well, maybe I'll wait till we get to the end of the movie because this kind of corresponds what happens.
No, you don't even have to wait. Speculating where?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's an idea about like where they might take the character further.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Minimizes the word lazy.
I'll get to wait till we get to the part where it happens, where I like talk about it for anybody watching. I who hasn't seen the movie.
This obsession to fucking shit out Bizarro is its own genre. I could literally open a channel on this.
Well, William, it's like it or not, Nuclear Man is absolutely a riff on Bizarro.
It's like we've become so lazy and unimaginative that we just can't do anything. We either can't do it to the specs of the character, or we got to pull some shit out of our ass because we put our pieces of clay together and like we're little fucking 4-year-olds and like, that looks good. Let's do that.
Nuclear Man is absolutely a
and bringing up Nuclear Man in one of the worst Superman movies of all time is not helping you.
And he has the same origin story as Ultraman has in this movie.
Yeah, because lazy.
Well, lazy. James Gunn.
You know, no, I don't. He has not said he's doing this. It's you clowns that are saying he's doing this.
I'm not going to say that was how he created him. It was like he's from a strand of Superman's hair, and he's a clone, and he looks exactly like him.
Where's my picture?
No, he does not speak.
It's going to end up being my Bizarro siren.
What is William upset about? Well, he's only upset that I pointed out that Ultraman in this movie is exactly like
no, because we're in an imaginative genre, and you guys are going for the laziest, slowest target on there.
Created from a strand.
Let's do Bizarro. Created. He's fries and he has a cape. Let's do Bizarro.
Created from a
strand. What is this? Coloring books?
Is
that the best we can do?
And I'm sorry, Nuclear Man is underrated.
What is it? Just Legos, and you can only do the 4-pack? I mean, what is going on here?
Nuclear Man is underrated.
Listen, I hope the people who are writing these things are better than the people who are coming up with this shit. That's my only hope.
Nuclear Man is underrated, Samir. He made it into the comics. It's more Bizarro than Ultraman. Yeah, the way he comes off in the movie, it's basically Bizarro with Ultraman.
Well, okay, guys, with all due respect to my chat, where the fuck are you guys getting this from? Seriously.
But it's really neither of them. Yeah, it's kind of an amalgam.
It's not. That's the closest you've come.
But it's an amalgam that's part Nuclear Man too.
No, it's
again.
Like I said, I'm not against Bizarro coming up, but you guys have come up with some. I don't even know what kind of word to describe the amount of laziness that is being utilized here when it comes to just slap Bizarro on anything. And I'm not just talking about fans. Some people have fucked up their shows doing it too.
Yeah, Superman Lois wasn't one of them.
Well, like I said, William, I have no idea what's going on other than there's a Bizarro. And I was looking at
there's no Bizarro yet. There's no Bizarro.
There is a Bizarro in the world because someone created it.
In the comic books, yes, there's a Bizarro.
I'm going to get to that when we get to the part of the movie that's pertinent to. But I'm going to save that for people watching. I haven't seen the movie yet.
I'm like, this is this fucking love affair with Bizarro, and I'm like, that's fine, but bring him about the right way. Don't get fucking lazy with it.
Yeah, do it like Superman Lois did it.
That was stupid.
He's from another.
And not only was that stupid, I didn't think it could get dumber than that idea. It got dumber with what they did the next step.
Very comic accurate.
That was dumb. That was dumb.
He's the Superman of another universe. That's very comic accurate.
That was some lazy bullshit that you get from some fan who flips through a couple pages of Superman and says, "I know it all now." That's where you get that shit from.
No, that's very comic accurate, guys. Very comic.
Bullshit. The fuck comics you been reading?
Superman of another universe with the reverse.
Well, you've been reading the Happy Meal versions of Superman or something?
Hell,
some kind of fucking McDonald's version?
I want a Happy Meal.
I'm convinced we'll never see a true form of Bizarro Ultraman.
Bring that back up. Bring him in the pre-crisis way. There we go. Yeah, but Ultraman is completely different, though. Every dynamic about Ultraman is different than what Bizarro came to.
Oh, Samir says you cut out when you're saying that, William. That shouldn't happen. No, you don't say. It's terrific. He's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm all for bringing him because he's originally a Superboy villain to begin with, created by Zod. So I bring him in that way. And that's why Zod got banished to the Phantom Zone in the original pre-crisis continuity. So we could go with that. So when we see Zod, if we ever see Zod in this universe, then that's probably one of the things you could use to bring him in. Oh, I cut out. Oh, as far as Ultraman.
Talking about Bizarro. No, you're talking about Bizarro. You said you cut out then.
Oh yeah, bring him in pre-crisis. Bring him in pre-crisis as a Zod creation. This is the creation that got Zod banished because it was against Kryptonian science. When he was created, he didn't have any powers because of where he was created under the Yellow Sun. But he wasn't under the Yellow Sun. But yeah, just bring him in pre-crisis. There's a couple of different origins, but none of them are just hacking. You know, the way that they've done them all around. I mean, there's a way to bring in. I would wait till you brought in Zod. And then when you do a backstory of Zod, why did Zod get banished to the, one of the reasons he got banished to the I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do it. And then once you bring in Bizarro, I wouldn't turn him into anything else. He's Bizarro. You know what? Lee, if I ever get an interview with Scott Snyder, you come up with a way that we can have a cinematic Bizarro. There we go. Scott Snyder's going to be my cure all for everything. God damn it.
Do you like Absolute Brainiac or Absolute Bane better? By the way, that was something I didn't get into last night. We were talking about Absolute Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah, that's going to take some time. All right, to answer your question,
he's brought
Absolute.
Good.
Absolute Bane is a massive improvement on the hack version that he originally came from. Absolute Brainiac is, even though he's different, he's consistent enough. They've just gone to extremes with him. So, but the massive improvement on Bane, I'm going to give Bane the edge on that one because Bane makes that story work better, and it makes more sense what he's doing and what he's a part of than his original incarnation. Whereas with Brainiac,
and that was something I didn't get really get into last night. We were talking about Absolute Ra's al Ghul, which I forgot to mention. He's got Brainiac as kind of his partner in crime. At least at this point in the book, he's kind of teamed up with Brainiac. Since I got this grandiose idea to like reset the world, and I think you can help me do that. So he's kind of teamed up with Brainiac and Absolute Superman.
Yeah, I like them both, but like I said, when I sat at Comic-Con last year and he said, "Oh, we're gonna introduce Bane in this universe," I was like, "Oh fuck." And it was kind of a collective groan, but I said going into that Bane storyline, I trust Scott Snyder than I do the previous incarnation of Bane.
Ultraman, he's saying the Ultraman this movie. I think he's hilarious saying is he combines Ultraman, Bizarro, Ulysses, and Black Noir from The Boys.
Black Noir was a cop. I mean, actually, Black Noir came out first.
That suit
actually no, because Ultraman, that version of Ultraman. Yeah.
That suit actually does look, that does look similar. I can't deny that.
Yeah, none of them. Like I said,
this part is interesting because with the guitar, the punk rock guitar theme, the version of the John Williams theme. That grew on me a lot with this because I've said it before. It's on here and elsewhere. It's like I'm of the opinion that using the John Williams theme in any context other than a Christopher Reeve movie, that's actively damaging to Superman as a character.
Personally, I can't hear you. I can't hear you because I don't know what's wrong with this. But I'm okay with them using the theme. And I understand where some fans come from it, but what we fans have to understand, we're not marketers. We're not building a world. And just because we connect a certain Superman to a certain, like we connect Cavill's scene to Hans Zimmer's version, the general public that you're trying to get back to this entire Brotherhood of Superman recognizes the very first theme that they've ever heard. And for business purposes, I think it's the right decision.
Well, that's why I like that they at least put a new riff on it, because it's like I'm of the opinion that you're doing nothing but just dragging us back into like Christopher Reeve territory every single time you put that into something that's not Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, and I agree to a certain. You have to have a balance. I think there's a certain element that has to bring it all together, and Christopher Reeve is always going to be that first step cinematically. But yeah, I agree with you to alter it enough to where it's recognizable as that theme, but it's something else. I really like this theme from this movie. The way it escalates, I really like it.
Because it's the punk rock or kind of a alteration or riff on it. Like, okay, it's different enough for me. I can get on board with it.
It basically takes two generations. It takes a generation Xer and a baby boomer and connects them to this generation. And that's who you want all of those people going to the movies together. That's why I feel that.
By the way, this is this is where I say it. This is about the most about the extent of Perry White's role in the movie. Unfortunately, he's like okay, you outline Lex's plan for me, and it's that's. But otherwise, it's I don't think he has you really could have taken him out altogether.
I do. For this movie and what he was trying to do, he did cast a perfect Lois Lane for his purposes. I truly believe I felt Lois Lane from all different forms of her.
Let's see what else we got in the comments here. Do you think we'll see other lanterns in the emotional spectrum? Sinestro is obviously cast, but what about other character description? Sounds like Atrocitus.
Not yet. That's a long ways down. Now, Sinestro is going to be there originally because
he was a Green Lantern.
He was a Green Lantern before he turned bad, before he used his ring for self-profit. So he should be there because he pursues Hal Jordan. But as far as the emotional spectrum ones, I don't know. I think that's a long ways down the line. But James Gunn's mind works differently. It's a complex story too. There's a lot of weight to the Blackest Night and all those stories. I think we'll get to it. I just don't know when, or if it's appropriate to do that right away. You know what I mean?
Now here's something else I've been kind of in my pitch on this. Actually, this is something I've kind of been thinking through my head. Now this is the Pocket Universe rift kind of happening, and this is this crevice opens over the course of 10 miles at least. So, and it's open for a good amount of time. So part of me, I'm and you're curious your thoughts on this is it's open long enough where you would. I think you think there's any possibility other characters might have come over from the other side of that.
It's possible, very possible,
because it's open long enough where it's tearing the.
It only needed to be open for a couple of minutes for somebody either to be sucked in or come through.
Yeah, so that's where we're going to see Keaton again.
And you might see that in Peacemaker.
Yeah, in comics, it can do anything you want it to do.
By the way, I thought this was pretty cool too, where the Luthor Core building, where the top office detaches and turns into a hover.
Brad, your sound is not coming out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that I have two StreamYards going up because we have the Twitch one. So it might just be this movie, because once this movie's over, we're not doing the Twitch one. because everybody should have. I don't know anybody I know that's into this that does not have access to Man of
What I
Steel.
was saying is I thought that was pretty cool too. The Luthor Core building where the top floor detaches and turns into a hovercraft. I thought, yeah, that Lex Luthor would do that. That's the exact kind of tech that he would use. And it's like I bet like Batman would have something similar, like at Wayne Enterprises. We've already kind of seen that 30 years ago in Batman Forever, the whole like door chair.
All right, right here. That scene when he comes up out of that rubble like that I love that scene. Even with that goofy costume, I love that scene.
You brought that dog, man.
We're at and seeing Crypto when he's riding Crypto.
Yeah, see, this is my favorite, action scene in the movie is the Ultraman fight and the Ultraman and Engineer fight, I should probably say.
But yes, Samir, we are definitely doing Lantern's Watch Club.
Have we got a date on that, or just is it just like right now? It's sometime in 26.
I can't. Hey guys, can you hear Brad? And it's just not me being able to hear him through StreamYard. Chat, can you hear Brad clearly? Because I think it might be a StreamYard.
I can hear Brad fine.
I can hear Brad.
You can hear him?
Well.
Yeah,
I can hear. Yeah.
So it's probably on my end because I have to have the sound up on.
Well,
I can't hear Brad for the same reasons you can't, William.
Okay.
Watching it on Twitch.
What William, I was asking is like, do we have a hard date on Lanterns, or is it just like right now, just sometime in 26?
No, that's all I got.
Okay.
But as soon as I get that info, boy, I'm on it. I did my time with all this Superman stuff. I want my reward. I want my doggy treat.
That was pretty cool. The whole thing. This kind of reminded me actually, because this part. There's something similar happens in Superman 3, where they with the Brainiac knockoff machine, where they put him in like this plastic bubble and like, oh, let's see how long he can go without air. And he can fly through space, guys. I think
that was not Brainiac.
I agree it wasn't Brainiac, but it was their attempt to compensate because they originally wanted to have Brainiac in Superman 3.
That's what I was about to say. This way of defeating Superman seems kind of lame.
Well, like this, it's like, okay, they're going.
There would be nothing stopping them from using Brainiac in Superman 3 if they wanted to.
But you're not going to hear any defense of Superman 3 from me. Trust me. But
I'm saying that's not Brainiac. That's not even. I don't even think Brainiac.
I call it discount Brainiac, but this I thought was like it was like taking that idea of like putting him inside the bubble to suffocate him. It's like, okay, this is like it's got the nanites. It's like they're getting inside of his lungs now, so it's okay. It's taking some scientific detail and actually kind of doing something this could be plausible as like a way to defeat Superman. Those nanites on it makes it look like his head's like covered with bees right now. I was like, not the bees, not the bees. Samir says, I don't wait for fall for Lanterns. I'm sure William doesn't either. I'm sure although I don't know. It's like because we got Peacemaker next and Supergirl.
No, Lanterns is not this year. Lanterns is in January or February.
I think he's talking about he's one for fall next year. And so we got Peacemaker next, and it's Supergirl is June next year. So I would think they would want to have Lanterns out between Peacemaker.
Lanterns I think is January or February.
Yeah, they haven't set in stone yet, but it's just sometime next year. But yeah, I would think if they got that big gap, they want to, kind of have, that'd be a good time to release Lanterns, and then Supergirl's in June.
Yeah, when I saw this, I'm like, Superman doesn't need to breathe.
Well, it's not so much like canonically that they, Kryptonians, it's not that they can breathe in space, it's that they can survive without oxygen, basically.
Surviving without oxygen is kind of like breathing.
Entering the hole.
This kind of reminds me of the Tick, how the Tick destroyed everything he landed on.
Yeah. Now there was some speculation before this movie
I
came
am
out.
putting the link back into the chat.
Oh, that's gross! Coming the way those gnats, he's pulling them out in his throat like that. There was some speculation where this movie came out, and I even like kind of dove in on it. Where I wrote a few articles on it where there was theories that Ultraman might be Henry Cavill under there, and of course that it didn't end up being the case. But I will say, it's like when you see without his mask and that long bushy head of hair, he looks an awful lot like Henry. Because you see what Henry looks like with his hair gets really curly and bushy. It's like he does look you could be mistaken for Henry Cavill here, I think, when he pulls that mask off.
I'm actually tired of that punk rocker song. I got tired of it after when I hosted my screening. I'm like, okay, I'm tired of that song.
William's not a punk rocker. No, he's not.
There's a couple of versions of Ultraman that you can use. There's one really sinister version of Ultraman where he does talk, and he's everything Superman is not, but he's sinister.
I mean, really, it's like Ultraman traditionally. I mean, the easiest way to break him down, you just say evil Superman. I mean, that's how you can summarize him. He's evil Superman from another universe.
He comes from a world where none of that really matters.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, because he's evil Superman, but he's in a world where every other hero is evil. So. Yeah, broke his fingers. I remember we were like breaking down the trailer for this. We thought like this crevice they're in, looked like they might be inside the Phantom Zone. Crime Syndicate was interesting. Yeah. Clone Avenger says Corin Sweat looks like he smashed Henry Cavill and Tom Holland together, so he looks like I said, like when he pulls the Ultraman mask off and he has that really long bushy hair, it's like I remember thinking like he looks an awful lot like Henry with his hair that long. No, Chappie, we have not. We're right kind of in the finale of Superman. We'll be starting Man of Steel a little bit after that. How many middle fingers does Guy Gardner put up here with the ring? Like 5 of them?
I like the fact that Perry White himself wrote the article,
Yeah.
which you don't see that at all in any Superman stuff.
And he's the editor in chief, so yeah. Although a lot of outlets I've written for, like the EICs, they write, they write too. Yeah, this is. I remember seeing like some of the marketing for this, and when Ultraman blasts him with his heat vision, leaves like this big like burn mark on his face. I remember thinking like, what's that all about? It's like, okay, that clarifies it.
With any of the publications you work for, has the editor ever written articles themselves?
Right here is
Yeah.
where he completely loses me as acting character. It just sounds like he's reciting something, and he's running out of time to recite it. It just really.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, this is where he gets really kind of flies off the rails here with like.
And he kind of tells Newton a twit, the guy who invented calculus.
1A, 1A, 1A. And that's a meme now too, by the way. And people are like applying that to video games, like hit 1A, 1A, 1A. But Aaron, to answer your question, yeah, pretty much everywhere, every outlet I've contributed to, yeah, whoever the editor in chief or executive editor is, like they got other stuff they're doing, so they don't write the same extent usually, but they do they do still have articles they do themselves.
Milkbone product placement. Milkbone product
Yep,
placement.
I saw that. Good old Milkbone.
Oh, so is that like a real company?
Yeah,
yep. And it came with a box of Milkbones. I gave them to the Trumba people.
Yeah, there's that's actual dog treats we give the dogs.
Yeah, if you look at my coverage from Comic-Con, I have the Milkbones with me, but I didn't feel like taking them on the plane. And I don't have a dog. So.
All that will fly over the international audience's heads because we don't have that there.
Yeah, I remember this shot from the trailer when I was mentioning Williams, like we were breaking down the trailer as lead up to it. We thought like this part might take place inside the Phantom Zone.
See, if this movie was made in Australia, it would be like our company called Smackos.
Smackos? Well, that would definitely go over
Yeah.
our heads over here. It's like, where's Smackos? Yeah, this is really taken off now too. The whole shot of him, one shot of him taking out the Raptors. That's really.
Yeah, that shot is amazing.
Yeah, when he spins around like, or with the heat vision, yeah.
Yeah, I can just imagine that in Injustice.
Yeah, that does look like some like a special movie you would see in Injustice.
Sorry, Jared, but it had to be mentioned.
I love Injustice, man. I was like definitely of the audience when Injustice coming out. Like I was there for. I was on the ground for that. It's like, yes, this is like what I want to see in a you see in a DC video game since I was a kid. So now that we're seeing this part, I'm going to go back to the whole Bizarro conversation where I've seen like some theorizing where like after he just threw Ultraman through the black hole there, that how he might return is that the black hole takes him to another reality, and then he actually learns to speak and like gains sentience and basically becomes the Superman of that world. and then he returns later on, where he now is kind of like more properly Bizarro. So I had to wait till we got that part for anyone who hasn't seen the movie. Yeah, how big is this canyon that opens up when the Pocket Universe opens? This is like.
This is fun.
And William, yeah, what you were just saying about Holt as Lex of this phase movie, yeah, that's what this speech kind of has the same thing for me as Superman, where like
the speech is not bad. It's just placed poorly.
Yeah, it's not a bad what he's saying. It's not a matter of like what he's saying is poorly.
That's written. Something he should be saying to like a crowd in a press conference type of situation.
Yeah, exactly what
at the end of the movie. Here, it just doesn't seem right.
It feels like it's like the right speech to the wrong audience.
Here comes the Hulk Loki moment.
Yeah, I thought that too when I saw this. Like this is like he said, okay, we had the whole.
This is kind of hilarious, actually.
Yeah, this is funny.
No, because really it does have basically the same. It's Lex like starting his own villain speech and Crypto pulls a Hulk.
Well, he's just been fucking tortured by him and put in a little thing to change his pearl.
It's like, okay, it's payback time, Lex.
He's like, fuck that guy. Like I said, I enjoyed this movie for what it was, but the vibe of it was just more Super Friends to me than anything.
Yeah, this is where that meme of him like looking like that came from.
This is where that speech would have come through when he addresses the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that sounds like something he would like say in front of like the UN or something.
Yeah.
When it's like they're giving him like a platform where they say okay, like we misjudged you based on how Luther tricked us.
Yeah. And then you can have all the news agencies. I like that. I like the text of the speech. It just didn't seem. Those people have all Superman flags, and I wonder if the same people who gave me all these damn Superman bands.
Yeah. Frank Grillo here again. By the way, William, when we get close to like Halloween, did you see Werewolves last year by any chance?
No.
Yeah, I really dug that. That came out. It kind of came and went in theaters, but I really dug that. That was pretty cool, and he was he was doing his thing in that again. And of course, he's a 60-year-old dude with his shirt off half the movie, showing how in shape he is. But I dug. It's kind of like basically werewolves is it's like it's in a world where like annually there's a full moon that causes like anybody outside to turn into a werewolf. So it's kind of like the Purge with like werewolf transformations, and so they have this set up where it's like everybody has to be inside by this time, and we have like a werewolf night sort of a patrol set up, and he's part of that. So yeah, I really dug that a lot. It's probably one of my favorite werewolf movies in recent memory. So I think that'd be good to do a watch party before we can get close to Halloween.
His face. He's like, no.
That's the most unbelievable part about Superman. That woman running in those shoes.
Yeah.
Chicks who do superhuman shit in these high heels, man. I couldn't take 2 steps before breaking my
legs. Go back and watch Jurassic World. That has Bryce Dallas Howard running away from a T-Rex in heels.
I'm like, I can't even stand. I tried it. I can't even stand up in them. Nah, that would be more like Kingdom Come, Daniel.
I pull that back up. William, pull that comment back up. Or you thought the whole thing is the Superman was? Yeah, I remember that was kind of like the big thing a lot of people were expecting.
Well, once you show people a Kingdom Come S, then that's what they're going to think.
Show them the S, and then you say there's going to be like like here's like Mr. Terrific and Guy Gardner, and there's going to be like a whole other collection of heroes in it, and everybody's mind went to like, okay, this. A lot of people I remember theorized that this would be kind of like almost like an inversion of Kingdom Come, where it's younger Superman, but it gets the same idea where it's like he's this contrast to these more ruthless sort of collection of heroes. So it's kind of where they are.
Right now we are at a total of $16,754.
And by the way, speaking of Kingdom Come, it's yeah, that's the other thing. Another thing with the movie is like I don't think the Kingdom Come S. I mean, unless he's got something else cooking with it, it's like it really didn't seem to have a function in the movie. Yeah, but it did have a function, but it's still I get maybe probably why he wanted to use it is like because the idea with every live action Superman, you could just show their S shield and like know who it's referenced to. Like this one's Reeve, this one's Cavill, this one's Hecklin, and now we have that with Corin Sweat with the Kingdom Come S. So I think that's probably what his reasoning for it was. But otherwise, it doesn't really seem to have like a big function in the movie. Again, unless he's headed for like something it's Kingdom Come inspired further into the universe.
It's not, but once this movie's over, I'm not staying for the stupid end credit scene. We're gonna go.
Yeah.
Pick up my right list.
The end credits definitely did. They don't tease. They're not like teases for like the next movie. It's like, oh, he's on the moon with Crypto, and then like he argues with Mr. Terrific about, we didn't put this one building together perfectly, after it was torn apart.
Yeah, I'm tired of the song.
I do. I kind of dig this song because you know why? Because I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am.
Yes, I am. By the way, I was going to mention this.
Yep.
Superman is not available for us in the UK.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Dig-
some people say that. Yeah, that hasn't been released digitally in the UK yet.
No, digitally. We can't get it digitally. The only place where we can get it is on
It's
Apple.
it's the same here in Australia.
Yeah,
It's the same here for Australia.
Yeah, I don't get that why it's like it,
which is kind of
especially with what he said about like he wanted the movie to be available in like the widest capacity to people to see for Peacemaker. So it's like, okay, then that needs to be like an international thing.
We are done with the first leg. Get that song off my screen. I'm tired of that song. All right, so we're not doing the Twitch thing. So we're everybody. I am watching the HBO Max version of Man of Steel. So whatever different version, I don't know. I don't think there's any other versions of it, but the one we're watching is the one that's on. So now I'm going to give you.
The version that's out there is the Snyder Cut.
So I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes to get on your HBO Max to get loaded up, get all that zeros, and I will go ahead and get that started.
All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. But before I do, pull up this couple from Larry. Just got Absolute Batman Volume 1, The Zoo, in the mail, and I'm psyched. Should be. It's an awesome read. I'm also kind of hoping Gunn is smart enough to include. Yeah, I've been talking about this with William. We were heading into Peacemaker Season 2 with like the multiverse role in that. And of course, and again, the early reactions I've seen that have said, yeah, they've only seen the first 5 episodes, but they've said that it is very, the show is, the multiverse, Elseworlds plays a very heavy role in the show. And I was talking with William in the last couple of streams where I said it'd be kind of cool if like Peacemaker, he opens one of those doorways and he sees like Absolute Batman or something, one of the Absolute characters staring back at him. It's like, yeah, that'd be because the show is going to establish there's, we reportedly established that there are a minimum of 100 different coexisting DC universes out there. So yeah, why not with Absolute being such a comic book hit, why not establish it via DC's movie and TV, vast collection of infinite Earths. I definitely hope we see that in there. Good now, seeing the best Superman. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm sure this is fourth. I'm sure it's fourth. And he's a fourth, yeah. That's why I know it's fourth, because fourth is definitely a punk rocker. Yes, he is. Actually, real quick too, while Williams stepped away, I'm going to pull this up real quick. This is one I had go live today on Comic.
This is my daily reminder for Gunner Path.
Okay, it's funny you should say that, man, because let me go right up to the top here. Yeah, so this is one I had go live on Comic Book. Is it going to come up? There it is. I talked about 10 great action movies that unfairly flopped at the box office, and well, check out this one that I included here, Taladia.
Gunner Path, yeah.
There you go. And I even point out, there, it's like, what the hell? It hasn't even put on streaming or physical media yet. But yeah, very underrated Tiger Shroff Bollywood martial arts flick. So I'll put in that chat for you guys to give a read to. He's actually got Boggy 4 coming up to Taladia. Have you seen the trailer for that?
No.
Yeah, I'll DM you the trailer. It's Tiger's next movie he's got coming up in September is Boggy 4.
Donna Snatch is getting more press than The Raid recently. There.
Why did you put that link in the chat? Is it people who are watching this would care?
Because you stepped away. It's like, and I took the opportunity to like.
That me stepping away doesn't mean people who are tuning into Superman care about some obscure movie that like 8 people have watched. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, it would be. Well, I mean, that's only because they haven't put it on streaming or home media.
So that is not relevant to what we were doing today.
You have to think that Gunn will subvert MCU by doing multiverse better. In my opinion, he knows Marvel's plans after all, and those people are tired of their multiverse story. And
multiverse and Marvel is temporary, though. It's not a. If he does it, it would be more of a permanent fixture. Whereas, like I always said before, Marvel is doing multiverse as a means to get to a consolidated universe where there is no multiverse. DC is establishing multiverse as something that is permanently coexisting. So it's a different mission altogether.
Well, I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom where we started. But yeah, this is kind of going off of Larry's comment here, where he hopes Gunn is smart enough to include the Absolute as one of like the 100.
Yeah, that would be cool to actually see it. To actually see a glimpse of Absolute Batman with an axe. Okay. Okay, somebody has something rhythmic going on in the background. I thought it was me, but I just muted me. The fuck is wrong with this? Why? Yeah, as a foundation, like I said, DC in general has used that as a foundation since 1960, when we had the Flash from Two Worlds. That was actually technically the first multiverse story of any comic book, is when you had Jay Garrick and you had Barry Allen running side by side.
All right, are you ready to start, Man of Steel?
Yeah, let's go ahead and go. Todd, are you ready?
5, 4.
Oh,
3,
hold up.
Oh.
What the fuck? God damn it. No, fuck. Hold on. Let me get back. It kicked me out of HBO. Yep, that bullshit. Hold on. All right. Ready? When you are, Tilly.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Aaron, is that a kangaroo on your hat?
No, it's the old WCW logo.
That's that old logo that they had right before they got bought out. Everybody mute themselves unless they're talking, because I can hear the movie coming through.
Did we hit play already, or did you?
Yeah.
We're right past the Syncope logo. God, every time I watch Man of Steel, it's like It's one of the movies where, like, every time I watch it, I flash back to my first night seeing it. And I went to one of those. Did you, William? I went to one of like those Walmart early ticket showings.
No, I had an early screening.
Oh yeah, that was how I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it about a week before.
Yeah, I think mine started like 6 o'clock at night. And
Yeah,
that
I
was
got another donation. Hold on. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it the previous Tuesday.
Yeah, it's one of the only movies I have that every time I put Man of Steel on, like my mind just goes back to like being in that theater the first time seeing it.
Oh, who did this?
I think I like Superman 2025 than this one.
And this one, or was that what you said?
More than this one.
I say that again. You had background noise.
Said he liked the 25 more than Man of Steel.
I mean, it's all subjective. I put Man of Steel in a different class of movie than personally than Superman 2025.
Well,
I thought Superman was good, but it was just basic. It was basic and it was safe. Where this is just an epic for me. But it's all subjective. Thank you, Henswit DeVril, for the $50 donation. That puts us on an overall total for the this campaign at 1304, and it puts us.
How much are you trying to get the two all together?
Yeah, well, we needed to get to 38.50 for this campaign, but we only needed 33 coming into the day. So total raise right now is $16,804.
So how much are we left to recycle?
So if you do 20,000. You do 20,000 minus 16,804. We have $3,196 left to make to get to 20,000.
I have to do a couple more watch parties for that, but we're getting
there. What ruins Man of Steel for me was the ending big battle fight with all the buildings crashed down. I'm like, really?
Yeah, to me, that's what would happen with two guys that powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Superman, there's a significant amount of damage too.
The domino thing of the end there.
It, in my opinion, and you can disagree with me all you want, but it's just
I already said it's subjective. I mean, not everybody's going to view these movies. I put Superman in the cartoon level. I put this in a motion picture level, but the next person could flip it around and have a completely different appearance. This is cool. That's why I played both movies.
Yeah, it's why I don't have a problem with one like over the, as long as you're not being an asshole about it. I'm not saying you are.
Hate Man of Steel. I'm
not saying you are, Clint, but a lot of people do.
No, you just prefer this one over that. That's cool.
I really don't give a shit about the Snyder versus whatever. I just want a decent movie to watch.
By the way, William, I had one I did on Screen Rant a while back where I talked about. Now this is going a little bit past this movie. But we see in like the subsequent movies, that like Bruce, Zack Snyder's Justice League, he develops like the gauntlets that can block Kryptonian lasers, and then we see the tank for Dark Knight Returns at the end. And I kind of thought, because we got Star Labs and even Batman studying Kryptonian technology, I kind of thought, oh, maybe like the Dark Knight.
Oh wow! Hold up! We got another donation.
Oh, awesome! I thought maybe the Dark Knight Returns tank might have been built from Kryptonian technology. It's kind of like a theory I had in that.
Thank you to Carney David, $200 donation. That means you all. Well, you're 100 sure for a poster, but whoever you are. That's a $200 donation. That brings us a total for this campaign to 1504, and it brings us to an overall total of $17,004.
Awesome.
We finally got off of that. We finally got off that 1600 we've been sitting on for a while. Thank you to everybody who's been donating this whole campaign. We've made a significant amount of.
I was going to point out. You notice how that this tends to happen whenever we're watching like this, the Man of Steel PBS or CFGL. That's when we tend to get a lot of the donations.
Well, like I said, there's probably going to be a lot of people who are watching for this new one as well, which is why I did it, because it's in the conversation right now.
And we got some good ones, during Superman as well. We got some good donations for that.
Yeah. So, by the way, the cause, I know we get distracted because we're geeks and we're watching a Superman movie, but the cause is one of the best ones you could ever contribute to. I think just being on this show, if you've been watching this show for any length of time, we've been on the air the next day or the night of when someone famous has committed suicide, but when you look at it, for every famous person that is going through it and you don't know about, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are not celebrities whose lives matter just as much and are going to be able to use resources like Pound 988, are going to be able to use the counseling. A lot of it is classwork. A lot of it is the people who have lost people being able to set up programs for them, because just because a person is gone doesn't mean those people's grieving, can be ignored. There's a lot of, if you look at the way the healthcare system is working currently right now, there are a lot of funds being cut from places that really, need it. I know the VA has cut things that soldiers need as far as like suicide assistance and things like that, which I think is, that's a different stream altogether, but I think that's fucking horrific. But in all walks of life, people are cutting things to make room for other things. And this is one of the things that I think a lot of people who do that cutting, they don't prioritize this because they don't see it as that type of illness. They don't see it as that type of disease. They don't see it as something that, could touch them until it does. So this foundation kind of fills in the gaps where it should not have to, but it does. So every donation, all the donations go to them. It goes to people who counselors. It goes to being able to provide infrastructure. So when you dial pound 988, there's somebody there. Computers, all that stuff costs money to exist and to sustain. So I know we're watching Superman, we're having fun, but at the same time, remember why we're dedicating this over 4 hours. Why I chose these movies, because if people are going to be talking, if people are going to be hyping anything up, why not have them contributing to a cause while you're doing it? Why not hijack the conversation for something worthwhile this time around? So thank you to everybody who has donated and will continue to donate. And I think right now we're at August 17th. I don't see us not being able to get to 20 grand by the end of this calendar year.
And you don't see us being able to make that?
No, I don't see us having a problem getting to 20,000.
Yeah.
I don't see us not making 20,000.
Yeah, by the end, we have 4.5 months. Of course, we can make it in that time. So the whole thing with the codex, again, we talked about this before, but I guess I'll bring up like the theory William and I have about like the role that would play in the the unmade movies, the untold part of the whole Snyderverse story, and basically it's like Jor-El bonds that with Kal-El's DNA, so he's carrying like the codex, which is the DNA of like the entire Kryptonian race inside of him. And so where my mind went with that, once we get to Justice League, is okay. It's like Darkseid, he initiates the nightmare future. He's got Superman under his control with the anti-life equation, and his ultimate goal would be to harvest the codex from inside of him, because he's looking at this situation like, this is what I was able to do. I conquered the Earth. I was able to do all this with one Kryptonian on my side. Now, if I had like a whole population of them, it's like no contest. The universe, the multiverse, all of reality is mine. So that's I feel like is really. And then I had the idea that after the defeat of Darkseid, then the League themselves, Superman and stuff, they harvest the codex from him, and they repopulate Krypton on Earth, or like kind of like an adjacent, maybe like the adjacent kind of planet, in the solar system that's established. It's sort of a little bit like a world of Krypton, where you now have him being the bridge between two people, you have Krypton revived, and then you have the 20 years later, time jump, and you see Man of Krypton, coexisting. That's kind of always been my theory of the intended payoff of the Codex.
Dude, your sound is fucked up.
How? I'm on my laptop.
I think you're too close. Move your mic is catching it like you're over a CB, like a radio. I think you might be too close. Can you maybe move your headpiece?
Right here. Right here.
Yeah. Let me see it.
Right here.
Okay, because you're breaking in and out. I don't know why. I can hear you perfectly, but you're just breaking in and out. My theory about that, I would have said, is it would involve the cosmic treadmill. Would basically Darkseid gets absolutely defeated like he does, but this time around he wants to. He wants the Codex originally so that he can do what he did in the Great Darkness Saga with the Daxamite, basically enslave an entire planet. I would have him getting defeated there and then using the Flash to try to go back in time, and if he fails to get the Codex, he basically does to Krypton what Daxamite did. And so when he fights this battle of man against the gods, he has an army of Kryptonians, and that changes the world from that point. And that's what they have to revert. That's one of the realities that they have. But only certain people can do it because certain people have been wiped out of the timeline. You would have gone from an evil Superman to a Superman that may not even exist because he could go back. He could go back to a time before even Superman's parents were born. He could go with the cosmic treadmill. He could go back to any point in Krypton before it exploded. So he would basically effectively be eliminating Superman from the equation and then adding an entire planet that would be there for that battle. And then that's where the Flash. That's where I would have made the Flash's movie a little bit more intertwined with that, but everything fell apart. So there you go.
Well, and who knows? We might get something like that. These two might open that door for that.
Yeah, I see it being a lengthy road, but that's something that I could get a Crayola right now. Here, in fact, I got a crayon in front of me. Get a Crayola and the fucking backboard, start drawing.
Because I have to restart my computer, so I'll be right back.
Okay, cool, man. See you in a second.
Oh, that might have been him. Back read. All right, where are we at timestamp wise? Because HBO Max stops when you leave the page. Hey, Brad, where are we at?
We are at 14 minutes.
Oh no, it didn't stop.
Yeah,
okay,
we're
cool.
right. We're right when Zod's stabbing Jor-El after the ship launches.
Like I said, rest in peace to Terence Stamp. But man, did Michael Shannon put his stamp on this role.
Here's something interesting, but it's not on subject though. It's about Toxic Avenger. This is from Umbrella Entertainment. It says, first reactions are in from Australia premiere of the Toxic Avenger, and fans are radiating with excitement. We are thrilled to see the fully unrated version in cinemas around Australia and New Zealand this August 28th. So there's already reviews coming out from Australia, and everybody seems to be loving it at the moment.
I haven't heard a bad thing about it, and I was talking to people at Comic-Con about it because they did a special. Now I wasn't able to attend, but some of those people came over to the booth that we were at, and they were talking about it, and we were hearing the responses from because there were some people who saw it at Comic-Con. I haven't heard a bad thing about it, so I'm trying to hook up Doig that for an 80-year-old dude. That guy's out of town every weekend at a convention. So we're trying to link up to where we can get him out to Vegas and do something out here. But man, that little old man is hard to nail down. He's everywhere. All right, Larry, William, you should keep the link up during the Peacemaker watch parties. We'll definitely hit 20K. Also, after you hit that goal, I'm excited to work on the Crohn's charity thing. Yeah, I still have that I still have your email about that. Yeah, once we hit 20, we'll probably hit 20. Hopefully, we hit 20. I don't want to wait till New Year's Eve to do it.
By the way,
thank you, Larry, for the $10 super chat. By the way,
little bit of a continuity detail between Man of Steel and BVS. Like, look at that look at that gash on the side of Zod's head there. And you notice when he turns into Doomsday, you can actually it's a little bit subtle. You can see that on the side of his head is Doomsday.
one of the things about I love BBS, but one of the things about that I would have changed is I would have added Brainiac to the story, and not Doomsday. And I would not have once Zod was dead. We're not using his body for anything. That's just me.
What's the timestamp, by the way? Because I kind of lost.
We are at 17:15, right when they were getting sent to the Phantom Zone.
Okay.
Is the actor who played Zod, did he kick the bucket or is he still kicking?
No, he's still alive.
Michael Shannon is alive. Yeah.
The original Zod, Terence Stamp, passed away this morning.
Yeah, he was 87 too. So
yeah,
Michael Shannon. Yeah, he's still around.
The way that what's it called? Clint said that if you kick the bucket makes me think. That's a phrase to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an American term for dead.
By the way, another bit of trivia here. Gal Gadot, she was originally for this movie was considered for Feora. She had to turn it down because I believe it's because she was pregnant at the time. But of course, we all know what she would go on to later in the same franchise. And and then Ayelet Zarer, she of course after this would go on to be Vanessa Fisk in Daredevil, which is cool because it's like, I mean, she doesn't get a whole lot to do, in Man of Steel. It's like she's there, Krypton gets blown up, so it's only so much of a presence she can have, even though it's still pretty impactful, but just didn't get to stick around for too long with it.
Oh, by the way, Peacemaker's 1 episode per week. James Gunn's.
Oh, so it's only going to be episode 1 this week.
Yeah, not
okay.
in next week.
Okay.
One
so it's not going to be. It's not going to be. The whole 2 episodes. The first 2 episodes kind of released.
It's
right.
1 episode. 1 episode per week, and it's going to be lasting till September.
Yeah, with 8 episodes. By the way, now I'm not calling anybody out here by name, but there was this one tweet that I saw kind of circulating around. I had a little commentary on this, or somebody said the difference between Corn Sweat and Cavill is that Cavill Superman stays like a cop, Corn Sweat stays like a fireman, and I think it was definitely a disparaging tone on that. And then I put out my thoughts where I said, yes, kind of ironic you say that. Literally the first thing we see Cavill Superman do is pull people out of a fire here. Shannon, yes, he did. He absolutely crushed his Zod. It when we get to the end, the end battle, when he gives his villain speech after the Phantom Zone is closed, and his plot's been thwarted. It's really kind of heartbreaking. It's really pretty tragic the way Zod is portrayed.
And Aquaman saves him.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody kind of said that when he's floating out there in the ocean and the whales come by and say, "Yeah, Aquaman sent those whales."
And not only did Terence play Zod in the original, he also played Jor-El in Smallville.
Yeah, he's the voice of
Yes.
Jor-El. Oh, yeah. Well, and it was actually Julian Sands played Jor-El physically, like in human form, Kryptonian form, like where somebody's actually physically there. He plays him on Smallville as Julian Sands. Terrence Stamp was the voice of Jor-El in the Fortress of Solitude. I dug right from the beginning. I always dug this idea about the kind of the sensory overload with their powers, the super hearing and the X-ray vision. The idea that you just suddenly had the ability to just hear everything and see through walls. It's just how overwhelming that would be, and the contrast they create, where it's like he's been living on Earth his whole life, so he is in a position to kind of harness it more quickly, and so is Zod, because he says, I spent my whole life trained to harness my senses, but the average Kryptonian is like you said, gonna have to go through years of pain trying to adapt.
See, Clark there would have been in middle school, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he looks like this kid looks like he's probably about like 11, 12 years old.
So around that time he would have been going through the changes.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Changes.
And that's when he would have started to get his powers.
And that's kind of what they did on Smallville, where it's about when he starts entering high school. That's when he's already got his strength and his speed, but that's when like his other powers start manifesting, like heat vision and X-ray vision.
Brad goes through the changes when he gets angry about movies.
Oh, stop it!
Stop it.
The one on Smallville when he's developing his heat vision. That's really funny. That's a pretty funny episode because they correlate it to when he's going through sex ed. So you guys can probably see how they have some fun with that.
And Talati, if you think I'm making that up about Brad and his changes when he gets angry about movies, William's the one who made it up.
I got no comments.
What's that? Michael Shannon is doing an REM band tribute at the moment. I was not aware of that. Awesome. I did like that they brought him back in the Flash, even as like an alternate reality kind of thing, because I did always want to see Zod as Zod one more time, and we did get that in the Flash. So I was happy to see him one more time. And see, this is like this at this point in the story where he's he's got the beard and he's having the flashbacks and he's living as a vagabond. And again, this is where it's like, I really wish I had read Superman Earth 1 before I saw this, because once I did, you just can't miss it. I mean, this movie is Superman.
You still think that?
100%.
I looked at it the other day. And I looked at it the other day after we talked about it, and I'm like, all right. I mean, the code, sure.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
I see it's like Secret Origin.
So did the two?
Go ahead, Clint.
So did the two stories just have the same similarities of a guy in blue and with a red cape and everything, and that was the only similarity?
They have a lot of familiar elements that are in basically every Superman origin story. I don't see Superman Earth 1 as being anything super, seeding than that. But then again, it's all subjective. Everybody's point of view is different to their reference points. You know what I mean?
Okay, so this is Volume 1 right here, Superman Earth 1 Volume 1.
Yeah.
And so this panel right here, this is where Jonathan is telling Clark, this is a fragment of your ship, and I had it tested at a lab, and they couldn't even identify on the periodic table. Okay, so that's one. That's
you do collect comics, Brad.
Yeah, how was that not clear? And then let me see. Here's the other big. I mean, this is just the dead giveaway. We get So Zod, he comes in Volume 3, but Volume 1, this is Volume 1. It's not Zod who's the villain. It's an original character called Tyrell. You see him right here. And you see he's doing right here. You can see he's doing kind of like a broadcast to the world. And the broadcast, it basically amounts to, you got one of our population living among you. Turn him over in 24 hours or else. And then you got other elements like he's living as kind of a drifter. He's using his powers in hiding, but he's going out of his way to keep himself hidden from the world. And then this invasion happens, and that's when he steps up and says, "Okay, putting on the suit, time to rock and roll." So again, I'm telling you, read Superman Earth 1. I mean, it's a great Superman. It's one of my favorite Superman stories, comic stories on its own. But I'm telling you guys, it's insane how close it is to Man of Steel.
That was the funniest show ever, one of them, when William thought you didn't collect comics.
I don't know how he ever got that impression.
I don't know. But he did, and then you had to prove.
Larry's got a good one.
Let's see, Larry's coming here. I met Michael Shannon after an off-Broadway play he did, and after speaking to him, I said, "Oh, and by the way, don't forget Neil Portside," and he laughed. I remember like an interview he gave leading up to Man of Steel where he talked about, I'm afraid should be standing there tippy toes before Zod.
Man, we're in a heat wave right now.
Yeah, and it's like we're right at the scene now where the kind of like one of the, and there are other ones I could reference there too that a lot of others that have like a very close really good parallel with Man of Steel, but this is the one here where he says, we found, I call it the flash drive. Where he said, we found this in the ship with you. I took it to a scientist and they couldn't even find it on the periodic table.
Which is impossible in this universe, but whatever. It's a comic book movie. Kind of like when Tony Stark computer said you made a new element, and I'm like, That's impossible. That's a comic book
No,
movie.
this is more believable to me, or more plausible to me. The idea that I mean, you talk about like an alien, planet. Of course, that's how is that not plausible? That there would be like the elements that we haven't discovered yet that would exist on their world.
Well, all the natural occurring elements have been found, and all the unnatural elements are still being created, but they serve no purpose because they decay right away.
Again, there's tons of there's a lot of the universe we haven't found yet. So
I could really go into it, Brad, but it would bore William, me, you.
that's why I've always found the idea behind Superman's or Kryptonian powers that they get their powers from being under a yellow sun. It's that sounds like that could be something that's scientifically plausible. The idea that different kinds of ultraviolet light would affect different sort of humanoid species differently. Here we are with the trucker scene. And this, I did one when I was at Screen Rant about it. It was the third season of Superman and Lois when Clark confronts the dude at was bothering his family at the Smallville diner. And I thought, this that was kind of like a tribute to both Superman 2, the bar scene there, and this scene where it's Superman. He's had his share of bar fights when you think about it.
And it wouldn't be the red that would power Superman, because our sun is giving off red waves off right now. It would be the blue and the yellow.
I remember this got a pretty big laugh in my theater first time I saw the guy's truck getting destroyed. And the look on his face, it's almost like he kind of knows, it was probably that guy I was pushing around in there. You can't explain it, but he just somehow knows, that was probably him.
He was playing the log game with him.
Yeah.
And that's more an indictment on William than you, Brad, about him not knowing about your comic book collection.
Yeah.
Excuse me? No, fuck that. Every time I brought up comics, I would ask, "Hey, Brad, are you familiar with so and so?" And then he would ramble on into some kung fu shit, and then we would never go back to it. So I'm like, okay.
The irony is, I'm the guy. Yeah, all of a sudden, the irony is I'm the guy who's pointing out the obvious and undeniable similarities between Superman, Earth 1, and Man of Steel.
I don't think they're. I think they're generic connections, dude. I mean, fine, but I'm just telling you, I don't see it.
Everybody points to Birthright is the big, because of the whole the Jor-El speech you'll give the people of Earth.
I think Birthright has a bigger case than
no. That Birthright is so secondary when you put them side by side. I'm telling you, it's read Birthright, read Earth 1. You will find so much more commonality.
I did. I read Birthright again, and by the way, now available at the Sci-Fi Center in a compact story that you can read all the way through. Don't even need to be a collector to read this. Just pick these up. But yeah, I think Birthright has a stronger case. But that's
I'm telling you, it's Earth 1, guys. And Earth 1, by the way, it's also it even influenced.
I guess that's really not something you can tell somebody. they're just going to have to read it and come to their own how they feel about it. I mean,
but it also was a big
when
influence
you're
on
trying to
Batman.
connect movies,
It was a big influence on the Batman too. It was the Batman Earth one. That was
okay, now you've lost me completely.
No, it
completely.
totally is. It's younger Batman. He's clumsy. He's falling off of stuff.
Have you read Batman Year One?
Yes, I have. And the
Okay,
Batman.
I see. Yeah, but okay, never mind. Like I said, it's however you want it to be. Be honest with you.
I don't think William
There's
gives
no
Earth
really
One
law.
credit. I don't think William gives Earth One enough credit.
No, it came out. I sold it. It wasn't that big a deal
It should have been bigger. This is
in
like
comparison to.
this was what
I can't. Well, you do. I can't help it. I can't help that people didn't connect with that storyline.
This had the
15
potential
years
if
ago.
they marketed, if they pushed it more than that, like every year, other year, putting a new one out. This could have been.
Listen, I will agree. The company wasn't being ran right by then, but it is what it is. You can't,
It could have been
imagine
what
a better
Absolute
outcome.
is now. Absolute is making up for Earth One, and I even had one go live about that.
Yeah,
Well, Absolute is making up for a whole bunch of dumb shit that DC did from 2010 on. So it's got a long way to go.
does that include New 52?
But it's doing it. It's
Did you
fucking
see
New
it?
52 and Flashpoint. There are certain elements about New 52 that are really, really good. But the concept of what they did, to me, is what they paid for in the previous or the subsequent 14, 15 years. You can find good elements in New 52. You can find a lot. Grant Morrison did a lot. But as a concept, what DC was doing then was counterproductive, and it really hurt their long-term fan base. And what Scott Snyder is doing right now is saying you can branch out into this crazy shit if you want to, but you don't have to destroy everything around you to do it. And I hope they finally learned that lesson from all these damn restarts and reboots, starting with Crisis, by the way.
By the way, look at Henry's kind of the stubble. He had the full beard, now he's got the more trim beard. A big part of the marketing of Man of Steel leading up to it. I dug this a lot. They did like a tie-in with like I forget the name of the shaving cream company. Was they had this running thing where it was like how does he?
They tied in everything with this movie.
Yeah. Oh, they trust me. They made big time money off of that side of it. They made
IHOP.
But they had it was like this running kind of joke like how does he shave?
Didn't they sign off with Gillette?
Sign off with who?
Didn't Gillette do something with them?
Yeah, I think it was Gillette. It was the shaving cream they did that with. And they had Bill Nye on for one of those where they talked about like his theory, like how Superman shaves.
Didn't Gillette do something with Man of Steel?
Yeah, it was the how does he shave, kind of commercial run.
Yeah. Product placement.
Yeah. Trust me, they made money off of this movie. Not before even the movie itself. They made money off of like all the
just like this one, just like James Gunn's one did with Milkbone.
Well, that they didn't push that too heavily like before the movie. In fact, did they push that at all before the movie? I know they did a lot of Christmas.
Doesn't matter. The contract was signed and somebody got paid. they got the money.
But I remember like a lot of commercials for that. That's like that's like.
Well, no, but remember, you didn't have to. I mean, you got Petco and all the pet stores were in on it. But they didn't advertise this movie like they did in previous days. They had a compact advertising campaign, whereas Man of Steel had a prolonged one.
Yeah. Here we got the open pod. There's Zach has alluded to. Oh yeah, that might have been Zeus in there, and the Olympians and the Amazons might actually have a Kryptonian connection. I love that idea. I think that idea is so awesome. I love that.
I'm on the fence about it. I mean, it's a Chariots of the Gods type of book thing. I mean, it's not like but I don't know. I don't know if I would have gone. That's a stretch.
I had a tweet I put out that went a little bit viral recently where I said like my biggest restore of the Snyderverse hope is that Zach puts that back in and just tells everybody to deal with it. Because I think that idea is so cool.
I remember there was also theories that it was Kara.
Yeah. It was, there's a theory. There's a because that's pretty true. Like because usually the way she's presented is like her pod gets to Earth before him, but she's like in cryostasis for like 20 years, and then comes out. Larry's definitely on board with that idea.
I mean, I'm not like adamantly against it, but that's a wild one right there. That's a fight starter right there.
Well, look at the response I got to that post. I'm sure that.
I mean, listen, if he were to do that, I have less of a problem with him doing something like that than I do with Doomsday and Zod and BBS.
By the way, this dude right here, let me look his name up real quick. Playing like the military guy who says he does the infrared scan, and says the ice around the ship is 20,000 years old. Look him up real quick. Why is his name escaping me? Yeah, it's got Alessandro Giuliani, that guy right there. He plays Emil Hamilton on Smallville, and then in this movie it's Richard Scheif who plays Dr. Emil Hamilton. What Lois does here, she like takes this. Okay, you're not gonna write. I'm gonna take it to this tabloid guy. God, man, she's lucky an alien invasion happened because I can't even imagine like all the different ways she would have gotten sued for that. Yeah, polar bear.
Who's clicking? What's that clicking?
No, it's me switching. Do that.
Oh.
Now you may have seen in the credits too that or you'll see in the end credits, I should say, that John Peters is a producer on this movie, and we just saw that polar bear jump across. And you remember like Kevin Smith's story where John Peters said when he was trying to do Superman Lives, he suggested, okay, you got this. Let's add some stuff to your script. It's like, let's have polar bears, and Brainiac tries to invade the fortress. And of course, he had the whole thing about Superman's got to fight the giant spider. You eventually saw that in the Flash and Nick Cage. But now I'll talk about this more when we get to the third act. But you notice that when the world engine, when Superman's fighting the world engines, you notice it's very arachnid-like in its design. It has very spider-like
quality.
Brought
this up before, and
I'm just saying.
Then.
I'm just saying. It curiously resembles a giant arachnid of some kind.
It looks like a giant octopus. I don't know what you're talking about.
It looks like a spider. It looks like a giant spider. It totally is a giant spider.
You must have some strange new definition of the word spider that I am unaware of.
We're going to get to it. I'm going to go to town on it. It's going to be so fun. Talk about this giant spider.
It looks like an octopus.
This is cool. The whole Kryptonian history. The way Jarrell's sharing it like this through all the graphics. It looks more almost like Soviet era with the way it portrays Zod. Oh, and here, but with this history, like the world engine right there. Look at that. That is so clearly a spider right there.
It's a claw. The claw.
No, it's a spider, guys. It's such a spider.
Octopus.
Spider.
It's a claw from Toy Story.
The claw chooses who will go and who will stay. Look at the image of Zod there. That looks almost like, and the military behind looks like Stalin out of the Soviet Union. Even like his emblem on his crest, I see people say that it kind of resembles like a sickle. It looks like like a sickle you would see like Soviet iconography. If a child desired to become something other than what society intended for him or her, well, the child aspired to something greater. I love that. I love that. Love that line. Yeah, it could be a bit of a nod to Red Son. Yeah, like the kind of the Soviet look of the Kryptonian history there. It definitely does resemble a sickle. Yeah, there were Brainiac emblems. In this MBVS, there was definitely like little Easter eggs and little seeds planted for Brainiac in both of them. God, I love the way the suit is brought out of that chamber like that and unveiled.
I think they should have stuck with this suit, in my opinion, for the next two films.
Yeah, because it does undergo a redesign in BVS and recoloring in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
I heard the reason why they changed it a little bit is because Henry Cavill needed a special suit to help him go to the toilet.
Yeah, no, that's something a lot of superhero actors kind of run into. Is like that's actually something I remember Ben Affleck saying, when he said he asked Christian Bale, "What advice would you give him about playing Batman?" And Bale told him. Bale apparently also said this to Robert Pattinson. He told him, "Make sure you can take a piss on your own in that suit." Here's a little bit of trivia I'm watching from Amazon. The filmmakers hired Professor Christine E. Shriver, an expert in anthropology and linguistics at the University of British Columbia, to create the Kryptonian language. She developed an object, subject, verb, sentence structure, contrasting the subject, verb, object structure of English. For example, I see him in English would be him I see in Kryptonian, to reflect the people on Krypton had become selfish and materialistic.
But also a woman created the Kryptonian language.
Yep.
I know yeah, go on.
Well, no, go ahead. Yeah.
I know a bloke. I think he was in Harvard or something. Created the Klingon language.
Okay. Yeah, this, by the way, with him leaping from a, I picked up on this immediately. Yeah, this is definitely like a nod to, like, Superman's whole history. Flight was not originally one of his powers. He could leap. That's where the phrase "leap from," is building a single bound comes from, because he used to be able to just leap several hundred feet. And it's like, well, I mean, it's not that impressive. You can fly, so. And then they've, it kind of gradually phased flight in as one of his powers. So I kind of dug that nod here, where it's like he's leaping to kind of get started, and then he's able to finally fully fly. I just don't even know how anybody called this a dark movie just based on this scene. Because every time I see this scene, it's like, where did this narrative that this is a dark movie get started? This is like one of the most hopeful, inspiring Superman movie moments I've ever seen. Is the first flight scene.
Are we at 50-28?
52.
I'm at 52-10.
Yeah.
52-20.
I got it.
All right, back, guys.
Right now we are at $17,004. $2,096 away, or 2,900. I don't know.
Math is hard.
Yeah.
So are we pretty much done with the summer movies coming out? Or is that?
Yes.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah. We are done. $2,996 away. What's that?
It's a schnitzel pizza.
No, the ding in the background.
It's like a mobile phone.
Oh,
It's got to be. Is that you, Koala?
I don't know. I've been putting my mic on and off.
She was using her kookaburra bird ringtone.
Just tearing that pizza up, though.
I want a pizza.
I'm hungry for pizza now.
Don't worry, it's only the internet, Aaron, all looking at you right now.
You got our chipmunk cheeks full of pizza. She goes away.
You frightened her.
Yeah, she probably is taking a huge ass bite of that bad boy right now.
Yeah, Aaron, we're just envious of your pizza.
Here's a tornado scene that would cause all kinds of
Oh yeah, we're at the, the Jonathan Kent death. But again, I don't even under. It's always seemed pretty straightforward to me. It's like he can't save his father without exposing himself. And it's like once he does, there's no turning back. And so his father's falling on the sword for him to maintain his secret until the world is ready.
Damn Sharknadoes. And I don't think Superman exposes himself.
No, Chuck, we were watching. I'm watching on Amazon. William and I think everybody else is watching on HBO Max. We had Superman on Twitch, but yeah, Man of Steel. That's because that's been out.
Man of Steel's
out for like over a decade. So Superman just came on PVOD. So
I remember everybody freaked out when the casting was happening.
Yeah.
When they casted both Henry Cavill as Superman and Lawrence Fishburne as
Perry White.
Perry White. People saying I remember like the intersect that casted a black person as Perry White. What remember?
Yeah. Well,
remember
now
everybody was freaking out.
Yeah, and now it's like after Superman, it's like now it's I'm kind of, and William, you have any kind of what are your thoughts on this? I mean, that with Man of Steel and Superman, now I'm kind of wondering is that kind of like almost going to be codified now? Are we like kind of retconning Perry White to be a black man now? Because I've seen like 2 live action portrayals of him played by black actors. So
not necessarily, because it could have who was the best actor available at the time. Because Perry White is not, his race isn't critical to his story. So
no, it's
you could
not.
go at any ethnic group if you wanted to.
Well, they kind of had a similar thing also with I sort of thought it might be that trend might be happening with Iris West too, when she's black on the Flash TV show, and then when she was cast, when Kiersey Clemons was cast for Justice League, that's second instance. So it's like, and I think also probably we're going to see that happen comics wise with Aquaman. It's like you've seen like a lot of the illustrations. He's sort of gradually started resembling, at least with the tattoos and kind of like the rugged look. He's resembling Jason Momoa more and more. And I think absolutely that might
and
finally.
All it takes is one artist to change that, though. Because Grant Morrison and a lot of guys at X-Men did that when the X-Men movies were coming out. They all looked like the ones in the movies, and then all it took was a different artist and a different writer to come along, and that all goes away. I mean, you might see a trend every now and then, but it won't last because, the story in the comic book is always going to go where it goes. But as far as the hiring of the actors, a lot of times it's just whoever. I mean, if you have Lawrence Fishburne, he's going to be a handful of people that are going to be a better actor than him at any given time, and you're just going to go with the best actor.
That's another really big flaw in the Aquaman movie. How the hell did he get a tattoo in that movie?
How did he get tattooed? Or because you're talking about his skin is impenetrable?
Right.
Yeah, that is. I never thought about that. Actually.
His skin is not impenetrable.
Well, because
in this movie it is. In the comic books, it can be whatever, but in this movie it is.
What it is like his body is capable of withstanding the pressure of like being at the bottom of the ocean, so that translates to when he's on land, he could like take bullets and missiles and not get hurt.
Yeah, but there's been plenty. There's been plenty of stories where you can get a needle through Superman or these guys. So
yes, but that's the comic books. We're not talking about the comic books. We're talking about the movies.
Let's just say.
Okay, I'll give you an explanation. Real easy, Clint. Keep Superman away from sun. That's where you can get him in there. And the longer Aquaman is out of water, the more human he is. He only has those powers when he is close to her in the water.
Okay.
I mean, he's not. He lessens in power and stature the longer he's on land.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of like even that's kind of been sort of de-emphasized, like when he was kind of because I know, like early on, that was very much like he was very reliant. His strength is very reliant on being in the water. But since he's been transitioned to being a human Atlantean hybrid, that hasn't been like as as emphatic. Where it's like if he's he doesn't like dive, he's out of water.
No, he doesn't die, but as his powers diminish. His powers diminish to less than superhuman when he is on longer he's on land.
And by the way, we were at we just saw General Swanwick step in. It's like, again, I'm sorry, I just don't buy this line that Zach has given us, where it's like, oh, I saw his fan theory that Swanwick could be Martian Manhunter. We decided to take that and run with it. I mean, just look at the Matrix green tint they put on it and the framing of him and the Superman interrogation where he doesn't back away from the two-way mirror up. That's like, yeah, I think he's pulling the wool over our eyes on that. It's like I think he was Martian Manhunter from the jump, and they just didn't reveal that till we got his Justice League. One kind of shared trait I do think both this and Superman have is, because I remember coming out of Man of Steel, and like one of the criticisms Superman Returns got was that the pacing, the pacing is they didn't have enough action, and then when Man of Steel came out, you could tell it's like they definitely endeavored to remedy that big time. And one of the things I remember thinking coming out of it was like, yeah, that is a really fast-paced movie. And then when I saw Superman, I kind of thought much the same thing, because that's also really action-packed and really, really economical. It's runtime, and you even kind of told me that when you saw it a little bit before I did, William. And that's one thing I think they kind of share. I mean, we're now almost halfway through Man of Steel, and we just breezed through Superman. And I think they're both of them, I think, have a shared, they're both very economical in their pacing. They both, they don't feel like they're, 2 hours, 20 minutes, either one of them.
No, they both move very fast.
Yeah. But again, that's one thing that Superman Returns got some flack for. I'd say probably that.
Well, I think Superman Returns' biggest problem is it's just not a very good movie.
But that's a component of that, is the
story kills. I think the pace which you're talking about, I think if it had a better story and a better premise, I think I wouldn't have had a problem with the pace. It's just the premise was a downer from the opening scene all the way through. Other than him stopping the plane, but there just wasn't enough story there for the pace to be augmented by it. It's just a bad movie.
And that was why I did it. I really dig Routh coming back on Crisis and getting to, because that is his best. That is his finest hour. His best material as Superman, in my opinion, is when he was on Crisis.
Kind of sucks that there had to be a comeback to begin with because of a bad movie, but
I still want to see more of him. I mean, like, hey, open one of those doorways of Peacemaker, show us Routh again.
I didn't hate Brandon Routh, but I didn't leave Crisis wondering, damn, I need some more of that. Great guy, by the way. I heard he's a good.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Remember, like, all accounts, when people like meet him at cons, he's very approachable. And it's I'm meeting Superman. He was very humble and approachable with his fans.
Yeah, but I don't need more of him as Superman though to facilitate that. This is one of my favorite parts of this movie.
Yeah, well, actually, one thing I didn't like as much in The Flash is when they show Zod's broadcast to the world saying, "Okay, turn over the Kryptonian." They make his face. It's like in the kind of like the fuzzy snow, broadcast. His face is a lot more discernible. Like, you can make out it's Zod a lot more easily. And I did like that in this, where it's like they kept him very veiled, where it's like you recognize his voice from earlier in the movie, but it's like you can't make out his features. He's very much like the static kind of silhouette, and they made him a lot more discernible in The Flash. And that was like I should have kept it a little bit, kind of more. It's like we can't tell who he is.
I like the little nod to
this scene. This is one of the scenes that separates Man of Steel from all other movies, because the science fiction aspect of it, the UFO aspect of it, is so prevalent throughout this movie.
Yeah. What were you saying, Aaron?
I love the little nod to Smallville with Sutherland.
Oh yeah, the Sullivan's shop. Yeah, I caught that first time I saw this movie. Yeah, that's so.
Well, we're on topic.
Yeah, we're on topic. It's a
we're talking Superman. Yo, talking Smallville. That ain't Superman.
Superman movie.
That ain't even Superboy. It's like Diet Superman.
It's called Easter eggs.
Yes,
pointing them out in the movie that we're watching currently at the moment.
It's just like that Wayne Enterprises logo on the satellite.
It's like the steak you get at Walmart. It's a steak you get at Walmart versus a steak you get at Ruth Chris. That's what Smallville is. Shit.
You can eat any steak with enough ketchup.
Yeah, but when you buy a Walmart steak, there's just not a lot of steak there in comparison.
All of it, tractor and repair right there.
Oh, what the hell? We'll ban all these damn Smallville references.
So pretty much in this universe, quite on the cards, Chloe exists.
Who is this?
Chloe.
Oh yeah, Chloe. Yeah, that's actually who. When the Ultimate Edition of Batman v Superman was coming out, and there was Jenna Malone's character, she was cut out of the theatrical version. Then she was put back. Her scenes were put back in the Ultimate Edition. But we didn't, they hadn't revealed who she was in it. She turned out she was Jeanette Clyburn, as a Star Labs scientist. But everybody was like speculating she might be Vicky Vale, or she might be, this, that, or whoever. My theory I settled on was that she was Chloe. That's who I thought she was going to turn out to be. She's the world.
You know what I would have liked in this universe?
What's that?
You know how there's always been Lana, that he had dated Lana. I would have liked to have him seen that it was actually Chloe that was his first girlfriend.
Yeah, that could have been interesting. Well, because Lana's on the good.
Because in Smallville they had always alluded to all that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like Lana's one of the kids on the bus. Like, she's the girl on the bus who like sees him, push it out of the lake there. So she's they don't like go into their relationship beyond when they were like both like 12 years old. But we've got like a little Lana Lang cameo in there, and it's kind of I really dug her role on Superman and Lois a lot, where she's she becomes mayor of Smallville. Really, that's probably my favorite Lana Lang portrayal.
I know in the Arrowverse they alluded that Chloe existed.
Yeah, well, they worked her into the. This priest, by the way, this guy is actually the priest who presides over Clark's funeral in BVS. That's the same priest. Okay, now this is an Easter egg I didn't even pick, or this is like a. Not an Easter egg, but like a storytelling payoff I didn't even pick up on until like late last year, when the priest tells him, okay, sometimes you have to take the leap of faith first. And the next thing we see him do, what is he doing? He has leapt into the air to reveal himself. And it took me that long I can't believe I didn't pick up on that the first time I saw this movie. It took me over a decade, but I finally got it. The leap of faith is that Superman takes an actual leap of faith. A leap, you might say, that's tall enough to clear a Saul building.
Oh, my goodness. This is almost as bad as one of your dad jokes, but I'll go along with it.
Well, again, how am I wrong? It's a leap of faith. It's an actual leap of faith.
Hit the X on that joke.
Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. And in this case,
what the hell? Why not?
In this case, that a leap of that height is a leap of faith.
Okay, I mean, if we're gonna go like this crazy, I'm gonna have to bring in the Brad siren.
I've never heard a Brad siren before.
It's layered storytelling.
Because sometimes the button just won't do.
It's layered storytelling, man.
This is all.
And again, right now we're at the at the Superman interrogation where, like I say, it's like I just don't buy it that he's like, this was a fan theory he picked up and ran with. It's like this.
I mean, the man himself is telling you what you know.
Yeah, but the man himself also has a history of like throwing curveballs at us. So. And like, look at that. Swammock's the only one who doesn't back up from the mirror there. And then it cuts back to him when it cuts back to him inside that room and shows his reflection. You know, it's the reflection of an alien in the mirror, and on the other side there's an alien we find out later is an alien. Come on. You want to talk about the economic flow of Man of Steel? I mean, from this once they grab him and take him up into the Black Zero ship, I mean, the movie is pretty much just nonstop action from that point on. I mean, that goes to when I first saw it walking out of the theater. I just remember thinking, my God, that's a fast-paced Superman movie. By the way, to lie to you, like what you're saying earlier about like you your preference is the Man of Steel suit. I think also like one thing they did when they redesigned it for BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League is, it has that line through the S, and it's some Kryptonian. It's like a Joseph Campbell quote in Kryptonian in the middle of the S. So I think that part of that was they wanted to kind of make that addition to it. And like between this movie, New 52, this movie, and Superman and Lois, it definitely made me team No Trunks.
That's what I've been saying. I think if James Gunn went with no Trunks and the red belt, it would have saved. I would have been happy with that.
Yeah, it's not enough to like. It doesn't like destroy the movie by any means, but
no, but it wouldn't have destroyed the film.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have made things people judging.
Well, did you see also? I mean, there's like I guess test footage or something that has Corn Sweat in like a version of the suit he wears that doesn't have the trunks.
Yes.
Yeah. So they did. And from what you described, yeah, they did play around. Okay, are we going to is it trunks or not? They played around with both, just like Zach said. He experimented with both. He ended up going with no trunks, and Gunn ended up going with trunks. So, but it's not enough to kill it either way. But New 52 canonically, comic book wise, established no trunks. This movie cinematically did. Superman and Lois did television wise, and that made me team no trunks. Daniel asks, Brad, do you think there's an actual SWAT? Yeah. It's funny you say that because when the Snyder Cut was coming out, there was one I wrote leading up to it because we knew Swan was Martian Manhunter at that point, where I said that he may have like taken on the identity of an actual SWAT. In fact, let me see if I can find that article. See if I can find that real quick. I wrote it perfect time. Yeah, here it is. This is when I was over at Screen Rant. It was actually just a couple days before that movie came out. Yeah, come up. You coming up? There it is. Okay. So yeah, this is the theory I went with on here, where I said like Martian Manhunter, you replace like there's an actual General Swan record, there was in this world, and he was like killed in action or something. And then when Martian Manhunter landed on Earth, he came across him, saw after he had been killed, and like took on his likeness and identity, and it, like assumed basically his life as the way to kind of blend in, with this new world. So I'm gonna put in the chat for you. But yeah, I've been thinking along those lines for years, man. Oh, by the way, there's another Easter egg. I kind of when they're walking towards Zod and he's got his arms folded behind him, and you see the shadow cast. It looks like somebody else who is known to fold, another villain in DC who's known to stand with his arms folded behind him. Who could that be? Who could that have been setting up potentially that we did eventually see in a subsequent movie? I'll let your mind speculate on that. I think there's a truck passing by outside the Sci-Fi Center right now.
Yeah.
Yep, Daniel, right on the head. Nail right on the head. That's it. That's it. I was getting at there, Zod Shadow.
It sounds like a monster truck or something.
Yeah, well, William's got a big parking lot out there.
Or a kaiju is attacking.
Yeah, but these Kryptonian spacesuits, by the way, I've seen a lot of people theorize that, like, that's how Jesse Eisenberg, like, his Lex would, like, build his mech suit out of that. Yeah, out of one of those. Like, oh, yeah, I think you're on something there. That's Richard Citrone, by the way, in one of those suits. Of course, he would go on to be Ben Affleck's Batman stunt double. And Aaron, you'll find this bit of trivia with Citrone, particularly, who Citrone is a student of Dan Inosanto, of course, well known for his studying with Bruce Lee.
I have a feeling though, Brad, that James Gunn's Superman suit, I think they'll change it over time.
That's very common. I mean, it's like every suit, like, it goes through some degree of redesign from one movie to the next. I mean, we've seen that, in Zach's movies. We've seen that, and with the movies connected, like The Flash went from the suit he's introduced with, and he has the suit he has in his own movies. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. But I'm expecting they're going to keep the S, the Kingdom Come S. But yeah, it'll probably go through some kind of redesign. I think it's around this point where you kind of really get the impression, or it's really solidified with Shannon Zod how different he is from Terence Stamps. Because I remember, my fan casting for Man of Steel and the lead up to it, I always thought Hugo Weaving was he was the guy I was fan casting for Zod, but I was thinking very much in terms of like Neil before Zod and Superman 2, and Zod, the persona of him as being very hedonistic and out for himself, himself ruler. And Shannon's, it's really around this part of the movie where like you really snaps into focus that he's on a purely selfless mission, and that's what made him really stand out. Like in my estimation, that William feels the same. He's like one of the best like superhero movie villain performances that there's ever been. Yeah, this is Samantha Joe right here. So she actually has quite a history with Zack Snyder. She was in Sucker Punch, go on to be Ubea, the Kryptonian, Carvex. Her character's Carvex. It's one of Zod's soldiers, Man of Steel. She would go on to be the Amazon Ubea in Wonder Woman and Zack Snyder's Justice League. She also portrays Katana in both seasons of Mortal Kombat Legacy, and she was Chun-Li. She was Chun-Li on Ultimate Fan Fights in the Chun-Li versus Tifa fight. That's pretty awesome. If you haven't seen that, that's the best live action Chun-Li you got so far. And of course, she would go on to be Chambers in Army of the Dead as well.
I'm back. What did Brad say that was horrible?
Oh, I said that you're my less dumb idiot asshole devil friend.
Well, you have called me most of the names in there.
Yes, I didn't say anything. I wasn't lying. Yeah. Really, again, though, one of the many things I dug about this movie so much when I first saw it is just how economical, how fast paced it is. It's like, and again, I found like Superman has the pacing of the two is pretty comparable, and they're I think Superman is only about 6 minutes or so longer or shorter than Man of Steel, so they're roughly the same length, and they both don't feel like they're 2 hours 20 minutes. They both got tons of action, tons of heart.
I just ate mass quantities. I am so full.
The amount of people who'd be calling up insurance for this.
Oh, for the you're talking about for the invasion? Yeah. Well, they'd be like introducing like new villain or new new insurance policies for like villain attacks after this, and same thing in Marvel. It's like once like Loki invades, okay, they're gonna insurance for building insurance, homeowners insurance, car insurance in the event of a super villain attack.
We're sorry. Your coverage does not cover alien invasion. Sorry, we will not be paying your claim.
They're gonna have to, because it's happening to everybody.
Oh, there'll be a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, yeah.
It states here in your contract quite clearly, we do not cover alien invasion. Sorry, we will deny your claim.
Man, I'll tell you what, all the lawyers will be happy.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, hell, all the buildings that get destroyed in Metropolis are just that's a federal disaster.
And I'm sure there'll be probably a lot of looting going on during that time.
Yeah.
And the US government will probably have to put out martial law.
Oh god, this is like a fist pumping moment for me coming up when he gets to Zod. It's like, you think you could threaten my mother? That's what it's like on the theater, like, oh yeah, kick his ass, Superman. In fact, it's like look over like all three movies. It's like the only time Superman like gets actively pissed off is when Martha is directly threatened. That's the only time he gets angry at anybody in either one of them.
Another thing that I quite didn't like, these super powerful beings are hitting each other as hard as they possibly can and doing nothing to each other.
Yeah, because they're also super invulnerable beings.
Well, either way, but I mean, what's the point?
See, they got three weaknesses. They got kryptonite, which isn't around; sorcery, which isn't around; red ultraviolet light, which they don't have readily available. So that leaves you with like.
I mean, it's like a rock hitting another rock.
Yeah.
What are you going to accomplish?
Well, I mean, one rock is.
It's not necessarily true, because it's the same proportionate strength as me fighting somebody that's smaller than me. We have the same basic physiology, but I'm bigger, I'm stronger. There's a massive Kryptonian in there that gives Superman more problems than the other ones that are his average size. So it's a big difference as far as like, when she's fighting him, you can kind of see that he can overpower her slightly. At different angles. When he's fighting Zod, it's equal, but when he's fighting the big dude who throws a train at all of them, it's a big difference there.
Namek. And also, like, he's on the other side of it. They got, as is traditionally the case, Zod's got the advantage on fighting skill, and Superman has the advantage on on the power wise, because he's been on Earth his whole life, so he's more accustomed to his powers. So that you got that kind of like two sides of the the coin, sort of kind of cancel each other out.
Hence exactly what I said, a rock hitting another rock.
One of the rocks is trying to wipe out all life on Earth, so the other rock's got to stop him.
Yeah, but if he was fighting, the entire time, it'd be a different story. So it's not just a Kryptonian can just stand across from a Kryptonian and hit each other all day without doing damage.
Yeah,
if
it's
there's
not like
the same difference.
Yeah, it's not like
me and you fighting would be the same differences between them.
Yeah, it's not like they don't feel pain when they punch each other in the face.
of the superhuman powers equalize them to a certain extent. But like I said, a bigger Kryptonian could seriously hurt Clark.
Like they both also have the vulnerability, but again, that only even that like when you've got like people of like strength, people power, they can kill each other. That can only last so long.
And another thing is Superman can fly carrying an apartment building on his back. Someone hits him, he's not going to fly through the air because he's that powerful that he can counteract that.
However, if he were to hit a bigger Kryptonian, that could withstand that punch, that particular Kryptonian would not go flying through the air. Like if there's a Kingpin that was a Kryptonian size, Superman that person's going to be able to resist Superman to a much larger extent than a equal size Kryptonian is. That person might not fly through the air, or might not be able to fly through there that much. He may be able to use his considerable physiology, advantage to counter that. But he's fighting for the most part because that large Kryptonian, he's not fighting one-on-one with anybody for the most part.
Yeah. Until he gets Zod. That's the only one-on-one he has.
Yeah, and the big guy's just throwing trains at people.
Yeah, I love that when he throws the train. Namek throws. This is
the fucking train comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, this right here was that was the reveal of the first reveal of Henry in the suit. Was him in front of that really badly dented bank vault. That was the first time we saw him in the suit.
Just letting you know, Brad, Chubby has a question for you.
Where's question for Brad? Were you ever a fan, or did you ever go on the website Ain't Cool News from Harry News? Here and there. I wasn't I didn't hugely frequent it, but I watched the red stuff there here and there. Daniel Martin's Man of Steel started all as far as construction. Every CBM, every other film post Man of Steel, make sure to say, yeah, including BVS. It's and I noticed that in BVS, and then when they're fighting Doomsday, it's oh, don't worry that everybody went home from work already, or this part is abandoned, or it's and I kind of, it doesn't impact it terribly for me, but I just kind of had to roll my eyes, okay, I had to throw him a bone. I was no one's gonna get a paper cut when superhuman beings are. One has to stop another's rampage, but okay, we'll let it go. They can do damage. Superman using his heat vision hurt the Kryptonians. Yeah, exactly. Which the whole why does he cover Zod's eyes? Well, he's just that way. Yeah, Williams saying strength is exactly. Strength is relative, similar to humans. Same thing with Kryptonians with strength and durability. I really love this part here where it shows she fast forwards almost through this one group of soldiers as he punches them. And William, Aaron, I'm kind of curious about you guys, your thoughts on this fight scene because in Smallville, because I always the vibe of like the fight choreography, I always kind of read this as like this is basically like pro wrestling with Kryptonians. That's kind of like the way I always sort of saw the Smallville battle.
Oh yeah,
I
sure.
always saw it as just power over power. You have a guy who knows how to use his power versus people who are just getting used to having that much power and how to regulate themselves. So it's just brute power. I didn't see any skill in this battle. It's just people impacting each other is what I saw.
But
There's not much
with the
choreography there at all.
With the throwing around.
Yeah, that's what kind of getting to. And like again, like throwing a train here, it's like the equivalent to like, okay, I'm like have a chair or a 2x4. Like it feels very like it's like if Kryptonians had a pro wrestling match, like, and you scale it up to their like level of strength and durability. This is kind of pretty close to what that might resemble. I still remember like the theater. It's like I just did because I was definitely one of those people, going who wanted to see like a Superman movie. Where it's like, okay, I was like, show them like that's the fight scenes in a Superman movie. Let's have some action. And this I'm watching like that dude just threw a train at Superman. It's like this is everything I was waiting all my whole life to see in a Superman movie. Yeah, this man is not our enemy. Yeah, Chuck Cage. Yeah, I remember like Mike, my friend Mike. He's a big Dragon Ball fan. I know you are too, Aaron. And I remember like a lot of people liking this too. It's like this is like the fight scenes of Man of Steel. This is what like Dragon Ball fans have been wanting to see in live action for ages.
Oh yeah, for sure. The world engines like always reminded me of the tripods from War of the Worlds.
Yeah. But really, as much as I love Man of Steel, I mean, again, the Kryptonian fight scenes. I mean, can it really hold a candle to Dragon Ball Evolution? I mean, come on. That's one where it's like I've never met a Dragon Ball fan who likes Dragon Ball Evolution.
I remember like there was back in the day there was like a lot of forums and that of Dragon Ball fans like myself that's ripping into it, telling people not to watch it and that there was an entire YouTube channels dedicating themselves to like tell people not to watch it, and there was like bunch of people in, I think it was somewhere in Europe, showing up to their local cinema dressed up all in black, holding flowers and putting flowers in front of the poster.
Yeah, Mike. Whenever I bring Mike on here, I'll tell you, he can definitely go off on Dragon Ball Evolution. Again,
Yeah,
Geladia.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aaron.
yeah, we went hard with that. Even Chris Stuckman dedicated multiple videos.
Just like Avatar fans, and it's like I brought Aaron over to Avatar. The Last Airbender, we totally disown that. But anyway, yeah, Geladia. Go ahead, Talia.
Go ahead, you go first.
I was gonna say it's like the world engine's landing now. I mean, look at this thing. Clint, William, Geladia, look at this clearly spider-like machine here.
It's the claw.
It's a spider. It's a giant spider.
It's an octopus.
It's a Kryptonian giant spider.
It's a claw.
And like the beam that comes out of it too, that white beam. It's white. Kind of like web fluid. Exactly. Come on. So
what do you think it looks like, Aaron? What are your trapdoor spiders that you got out there? Or does it look like the deadly octopus that you guys got out there?
Probably more like one of those bird-eating spiders.
Yeah, see, guys, this gets it. I'm telling you. By the way, look at these. I'm thinking about those guys in the helicopters, that kind of hovering around the Black Zero ship. There, it's like, guys, you better move. Time to move, guys. It's about to go down.
Do you remember there was a video on YouTube or something of when Zod, did his I'm looking for Kal-El.
Yeah.
And there was like somebody on YouTube who had was part of the crew or something.
Yeah.
And they posted it online and they had to run away.
Oh, really?
From the world engine.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. Let me look that up.
Yeah.
I actually, there's a one guy named, his name is Sean Bernal. He's a stunt guy. I've actually made contacts and things like that with a lot of people, like stunt people, bike robbers, things like that. Through my work over the years, and he's a stunt guy on this and a BBS. Oh. And I remember BBS came out around the same time as when Daredevil season 2 did.
Stunt Hawk.
Yeah. And he, I gotten to see the first half of Daredevil season 2, and put my reaction to the first half on Kung Fu Kingdom. And then Sean actually DM'd me and said, "Oh, that was so cool! You got to see that, Brad." And by the way, it's like my fight scene was it too dark or something? And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Where are we at time wise?
We are at 1:45.
1:45.
And 50 seconds.
Yep. But he's also he's one of the the soldiers with the Superman patch on his shoulder in the Nightmare BBS. He's a good dude. Great martial artist.
Saw him looks on your screen, right? All right, cool.
Yep. That's right when Superman's getting ready to fly off to fight the World Legend. Or fight the spider, rather.
I forgot to mention, Microsoft has got rid of their films and entertainment side.
Oh, I was aware of that.
Yeah. So any films you purchase on entertainment side on Microsoft, you can't do that anymore on Windows.
It's interesting. I mean, that's not where I got it from. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I got mine from Microsoft. So luckily, I'm still able to watch Man of Steel, BVS, and Justice League, no problem. But when it comes down to Superman, I have to wait until the Blu-ray comes out.
Yeah, it's so weird to me. They didn't put it out like digitally, internationally. It's like if you're gonna do the digital, especially if as he said, they want to like time the release of that to coincide with Peacemaker. Well, I mean, you should do that just domestically. Do that all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, when is Peacemaker? Is Peacemaker available everywhere globally?
Yeah, Peacemaker is available on Friday for us in the UK.
Yes, you're getting it about the same time we do. We're getting it that Thursday. So it should be maybe like maybe like a day's delay from
just
US.
a day's delay. Yeah.
Yep.
I know how Daniel feels right now.
Well, definitely for the domestic, for the digital release. Yeah, it's domestic. This is weird.
The whole thing has been discombobulated.
Yeah.
With the whole releasing and stuff. And it's not just this movie. It's been a few other movies and that's been very slow to be released overseas.
Yeah, it's yeah. It's above my pay grade, but I mean, it just doesn't seem like the best business model for it. We are now officially at the Superman fighting the giant spider. I mean, fighting the world engine. Excuse me.
It's like the strike broke Hollywood.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah.
I have a feeling of what the next Superman saga film might be.
What are your thoughts, man?
I think it'll be Superman, Supergirl taking on Brainiac.
Yeah, there's
with Superdog involved.
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of speculating with Brainiac, and that there's going to be like an official team up between them.
But they'll call it like Superman Unbound or something like that. That's what they'll call it.
Yeah. Well, that's the title from the animated movie, and that's based on the same storyline. That's where Brainiac is going.
Yeah.
Are you talking about? No, I hope they don't do that. They got to do better a way of bringing in Brainiac than that.
How would you do it, William?
With Brainiac, Brainiac would be a Superman solo movie, and I would bring him in pretty much as the kind of threat that he is, kind of like they did in Krypton, but I would struggle with the budget. Obviously, you would be doing big budgets in this one, and he would be a threat that is headed towards Earth and has been headed towards Earth for so much time that obviously he's collected civilizations and things like this. This is where I might introduce Martian Manhunter. This is where you could connect the Green Lantern Corps, because the Green Lantern Corps is going to know about Brainiac far longer than possibly Superman will if he doesn't have access to his full history. You could bring in Supergirl later on because you have Kandor and things like that, but that would be way down the line. But primarily, it would be a Superman villain. You could possibly, be honest with you, use him to form the Justice League. But that cartoon that they did with him, no, throw that in the garbage. As far as that goes, as far as using it as a motion picture, no.
What about Brainiac 5?
You'd have to establish Legion of Superheroes first.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, which is somewhere down. These are all good ideas, but we're just not getting into this, and they have established basically nothing. So Legion of Superheroes would be something that I would need to see how he's going to do it, because obviously, okay, how are you going to establish Legion of Superheroes? Are you going to do it in canon, where there was a Superboy, or are you just going to have Superman, being the influence? because it wasn't Superman that influenced the Legion. It was Superboy. And Brainiac 5 obviously came after, so yeah, that whole race, that whole species, real docs. So I would like to, like I said, if you were going to do a Justice League, Brainiac could be your in-game enemy if you're not going to use Darkseid. But yeah, that what was that called? That cartoon that they did with them?
Superman Unbound.
Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That works for that. But you're talking about building up a major motion picture with a character that has the potential to be a world builder. No, don't do that. Come up with something that's multi-layered and suitable
the
for
thing
motion.
is, with the Arrowverse, it was Supergirl that inspired the Legion.
Okay, Aaron.
What?
It's a good thing I have not eaten yet. I'm fully well aware of how that happens there, and to me, I don't know. Atrocity is the word. That's a little bit strong, but no.
It's not like I was just reiterating what happened there in that scenario.
Yeah, that's
it's not like a war crime has committed.
Nah, it's comic book level atrocity, but no, it needs to be Superman. If you're not going to have a Superboy, which I can be honest with you, I would not put that past. That's what you past James Gunn. I wouldn't put it past you if one of these 100 worlds that he's using is one of the universes has a Superboy, and that's the universe that branches off into. So that Legion of Superheroes would not be a direct line from his main line continuity. It could be one of these other else worlds where there. It's nothing's off the table. Domestic man, what? Okay, I'm on that side of your jokes. All right, where are we at with our charity? We're still at 17,004.
This is the shot where everybody kind of like speculates whether or not they kind of like they superimpose Christopher Reeve's face over Henry's as he flies up to destroy the spider. I mean the world engine. Excuse me.
Why? Who's thinking that?
Well, that's been out there since this movie came out. They freeze frame it, right? He does kind of look a fair amount like Christopher Reeve, and you freeze frame it at just the right spot.
I could probably freeze frame a lot of people that played Superman, and since they're all Superman.
So you weren't aware that Greg Berlanti did that for the TV show?
No, I was.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I try to forget most things that happen on the CW.
Oh, okay.
That would be one of those universes. If I did if I had a universe eating monster, if I had an anti-monitor or somebody coming out, I would have them like devour that universe out of existence.
Oh, okay.
There would be no CW universe. Sorry, guys.
I just thought that you seemed very surprised by the information.
No, yeah.
You also did a Men in Black with the light.
Now, granted, once again, I wasn't in front of the TV at all times watching the CW, so you have me at a disadvantage. I just didn't think it was very good. I thought they did the best they could with what they had, but they were given nothing. So, and I'm not for low budget superhero stuff in this day and era. Spend the money or don't do it.
By the way, this is part of the finale here. This is right about when Bruce Wayne is pulling up and trying to like do his get to the Wayne Enterprises building and get the people out. This is right when he's showing up. But he's somewhere down there right now. They actually before Zach came aboard, they did actually Warner Bros. Did actually approach Ben Affleck about directing Man of Steel. They've been trying to get him on DC stuff for ages. Finally took Zach and BBS to make it happen. I really love there when how he hesitates when Zod says if you destroy the ship, you destroy Krypton. I think Spidey, when the last watch party we did, Man Steel, Spidey was on. He said that's because he's given a choice there. You got 2 seconds to pick a planet, and I just again it just puts his he still has he could be conflicted in the situation. Like he just found his people. Now he has to choose between them or another one.
Well, he really didn't have to because I mean, yeah, he does, but the codex is still within him. So
yeah, that's true. But he doesn't. He doesn't know how to harvest that for himself. So
no, but somebody out, Brainiac could probably do it. Darkseid could do it.
Well, do you want to trust them to do it?
No, but somebody with that technology could. I mean, if Darkseid could do it, then anybody from the fourth world might have. My father could do it. I mean, Metron could probably. I mean, there are people who could facilitate it if he really wanted to do something like that. But.
Wilhelm scream there. Like one soldier get knocked out. Ah!
All right, where are you guys at? Because I think I'm drifting on this time.
I'm at 158.25.
Wow, HBO Max. HBO Max. This is. I don't like this feature. I know why they put it in because they think that hey, you left. We don't want you to. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, what if I'm just listening to it? We're at Fiora.
Read a good death is on board.
Yeah, she should do a lot more. I don't see her in as much. She does a lot of just mainly German stuff. But.
They did bring it back in the Flash, but she was actually kind of underutilized in the Flash. I mean, they kind of focused mainly on Zod.
Yeah, it was only a moment.
Yeah.
Talk about Greg Berlanti. Did you hear that he's going back to doing like superhero stuff now for Netflix? He's gonna be doing
I wonder how much money if they give him a budget, he'll probably be fine.
Yeah, he's gonna be doing a live action Captain Planet.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Captain Planet was popular. If they give him money and a decent staff, I don't think he'll have a problem. It's just that I don't think you can do what they were trying to do at the CW with what they were working with. It just
well, the thing is,
especially in the era of comic book movies and things that are on HBO Max, it's a bad look for me. So.
Well, the thing is, Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the executive producers. So.
Okay, so they got money. All right. Okay. That answers the money question.
Yep. I hope they keep the theme song.
Yeah, here's Zod's big speech coming up. It's like, I mean, it's just so tragic. It's like what can you say about that has already been said. It's like you tell him you've stripped me of my essence. It's like I exist to protect Krypton. There's no Krypton anymore. And that's where it's like I wish I could find this again, but it was like right after Man of Steel came out, seeing this one YouTuber kind of break the ending down, and he said that the ending is basically a superhero version of suicide by cop. Like Zod is using Superman to commit suicide. And this is like it's like Kryptonian, like Harakiri. Like a good, I mean, it's a good death is its own reward. I mean, Zod, that's all he has left now. It's a good death.
we're going to be coming up to the other controversial scene.
Yep, which shouldn't be. Against Phantom Zone's gone. No kryptonite, no sorcery. How else does he stop Zod? And yeah, it's so fun to like watch this and watch BVS and like see the ending of this movie overlapping with me. And that's, again, we see it again happen in Zack Snyder's Justice League, where the ending of the last movie is the beginning of the next one. That's why I always felt like Justice League 2 would begin with like the Dark Side looking at through the portal as Steppenwolf is defeated, and then his head rolls through, and then it shuts, and then we see like the opening as it kind of starts out mainly on Apocalypse. Kind of what I always thought how Justice League 2 would open.
The thing is, like, in the original Superman film, right?
Yeah.
He does the same.
Superman 2,
as
yeah.
what he does in Man of Steel. Right at the end. But they don't. But
what's worse?
They don't have any powers.
Well, it's worse because he powers Zod, then crushes his hand, and then throws him down the ice chute. I always love that gag. He hits the sign that says 106 days, no accident, and then the 1 and the 0, the 1 and the 6 come off. Yeah, Wayne Enterprises logo there on that satellite. He's down there marching all this unfold.
Welcome to the planet.
Yeah. If you guys are familiar with our Real Analysis, I think it's the name of the channel. He does like a half-hour breakdown of Man of Steel. He's done a lot on like also on BVS and that's our Justice League. I'm gonna pull it. See if I can pull this up and put in the chat real quick because I remember coming across that like this guy went deep on this. I mean, this was like, I mean, he really broke this down in a really like, I mean, stuff I wasn't picking up on. Yeah, I can't. I'm not seeing it here. See if I can find it. I'm gonna try to find it, and like maybe you'll be able to share it tonight on the show, guys. It's again, it's a really deep dive. This guy really went thorough with it.
It was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and they. By the way, Christina Wren, here she when we had the 2-year anniversary of Justice League, the release of Snyder Cut campaign that happened that day. I remember she, I think it was either on Vero, Twitter, or both. She joined it, and what she typed out was release the Snyder Cut because I think it's kind of hot. So playing off of her Carrie Harris appearance, I enjoyed that.
Clever marketing on her part.
Yeah.
Hey, if that universe was able to continue, she would have been hooking up with Hal Jordan.
Yeah, Star Sapphire. Yeah. Hey, maybe one of those 100 universes that we can make an opportunity through Peacemaker season 2. I dug this too, where the Clark Kent persona, the Daily Planet reporter persona. It's like that's the last thing we get in this. It's and even like the Superman persona, it's something he forms on the fly because the situation necessitates it, and then he's like, okay, I need to find a job where I can keep my ear to the ground, and that's where Clark Kent, the glasses, the Daily Planet, like his whole identity just evolves out of his experience with discovering where he comes from in this movie, and kind of all culminates. Lois, welcome to the planet. And you watch Perry and BVS, like he knows. And that is Zack Snyder's Man of Steel.
That's Steel.
All right, guys, that's it. That is it for this particular fundraiser. Looks like we made around $250, maybe 250.
Awesome.
Yeah, 250. Oh no, how much did we make? Let me look. Hold on. See live. No, we made 300.
Okay.
325, 300. 200, 300, 320, $175 today. That sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were at 1250 today. We were at 1250. Yeah, so that's right. All right, good job. Wait, that's for a good cause. Remember the link if you're watching this later on, or at this is a decent hour, but at in decent hour or any other time during the week, all the relevant links are in the chat. The numbers, the hotlines, the link to donate if you want to donate. It doesn't have to be during a watch party if you want to do this. We will be continuing on this road until we get to 20 grand, probably beyond, but for at least this is the nearest target right now is 20 grand. So we're at about 3,100 or 2,900, something like that away. So we're closing in. And thank you guys who donated today. Thank you guys who joined along in the chat room. And I will see
Thank you.
later on this evening with our regular weekend wrap-up show. Non-topical, just a way to put a bow on the weekend. But at that point, we'll be like at stream for like 5 hours now. So I don't know what time it's going to be. It's going to be, I don't know if I'm going to do it from here, but we will see me again tonight. All right, guys. Thanks for everybody for being here.
Sure.
And we will see you. I'll edit that out. We'll see you guys later. There's a whole bunch of shit I'm going to edit out of the stream, too.
Very, very. Are we still going?
We're still going.
Yeah.
Stream. Fucking StreamYard. The StreamYard, if you're watching, fuck you.